Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect, oh yeah. But I know I can make it work, I know I can make it work. I'm crazy, everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, pulling heavy on my brain, and I don't even know my name. It's a story about an ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams. we talk about me and you.
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you. Where the spaces can't erase this, you're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes, 'cause I can't change it. What you're wasting now that your gaze is polarized. Now that your gaze is polarized.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Happy Monday. Excuse me. Happy Monday. Hello, everyone. Hi. Mondays. Don't we all love Mondays? Mondays, really the best day of the week, as always. Always the best day of the week for everyone, I'm sure. Absolutely. I'm going to move this shit up a bit, move this around a bit, get everything set up well. All right. There we go. That's better. Okay. Hi, guys. Hello. How's everyone doing out there? Everyone doing well? Everyone doing well. So much to talk about today. So much to talk about today. Excuse me. Okay. Let's see who we have here before we start the program, as I like to call it. Who do we have here? We got the first one here was Outer Signal was the first one here. Welcome, Outer Signal. So glad you're here, Outer Signal. As always, Outer Signal has been around for ages. Go check out Outer Signal's channel on YouTube called Outer Signal. Okay. James Nordoff. Hello, James Nordoff. Yes, you're an early bird, James. Welcome, James. Good job getting here early. You get bonus points. Well done. You get a boop. Boop. So does Outer Signal, actually. Boop. Doug is here. Hello, Doug. No boop for you, Doug. No boop for you. Actually, you get a boop too. Boop. Hello, Doug. So glad you're here. Gwen, we're not going to give Gwen a boop because now I'm going crazy with the boops. And Gwen has been late before, so Gwen, so glad you're here. You said I was afraid I was late, not used to being early. Not, yeah, right, Gwen? I think a lot of people were weirded out by me starting at 1. Thank you, Gwen. Yes, guys, please hit the subscribe. Please subscribe or like the stream, please. That's what I mainly want you to do right now is like the stream. Like the stream. Okay. Gwen, I'm watching the 2016 remake of Roots. Ooh, fantastic. Okay. Makes the original version look like a cakewalk. Interesting, Gwen. I love Roots. Very good. LaCroix, hello, LaCroix. LaCroix's also here. So glad you're here, LaCroix. I always love LaCroix's little dancing cornmen. Dancing cornmen. It always makes me very happy. Makes me feel like I should be doing shrooms. Louise, hello, Louise. No one in Twitch yet? Well, yeah, I know, right, Louise? I don't know where people were. Everyone showed up late today. I don't know what that's about. Actually, you guys didn't show up late. I just started late. Anyway, hello, Louise. So glad you're here. Druzilla, hello, Druzilla. So glad you're here, Druzilla. Yay for Hungary, right, Druzilla? Great news for Europe. Great news for the world. Bye-bye, Orban. Now, of course, the replacement isn't great, but better than Orban. I'd say, in my opinion. Regardless, hello, Drusilla. Hello, TJ. Hello, TJ. So glad you're here, TJ. As always, TJ, so glad you're here, okay? I hope things are going well over there in Deutschland, land of freedom, right, TJ? Okay. Weirdomorphous Blob. Hello, Weirdomorphous Blob. So glad you're here. So glad you're here, Weirdomorphous Blob. As always, you're gonna love my talk about postmodernism today, Weirdomorphous Blob. As you can guess, I love postmodernism, Weirdomorphous Blob. I don't. That's a joke, everyone. But we'll talk about it. We'll talk about postmodernism a little bit. Hello, Mayflower Kid. Hello, Mayflower Kid. So glad you're here as well, Mayflower Kid. Yes, hit the like button, the like button, the like button. Thank you, Mayflower Kid. Hello, Stan Durko. Stan Durko, so glad you're here. Stan Durko, another classic member of the community, one of our backgrounders who is just as much a member of the community as everyone else. So glad you're here, Stan Durko. Did I miss anyone? Sir Bart, hello, Sir Bart. Hello, Sir Bart. So glad to see you, Sir Bart, as always, our Canadian friend. Our Patrick Henry for modern times. So glad you're here. Matt Saigai. Hello, Matt Saigai. So lovely to have you here, Matt Saigai. Oh, you know what? I love that, Matt Saigai. That cat. That's hilarious. Redmond. Hello, Redmond. Did I miss you, Redmond? I thought No, that's your first message. Hello, Redmond. So glad you're here. Your lower embargo is hurting you a bit. I know, right? I'm so glad you're here, Redmond, as always. All right. Yes. Hello, Elliot Waffles. Yeah. Bye, Viktor Orban. How depressing. How unfortunate, right? Such a loss. Poor Viktor Orban. The toad is gone because he looks like a toad. Hello, it's me. I support genocide. Who's Jenna? Who's Jenna? Is Jenna someone? Who's Jenna? I don't know who that is. But hello, it's me, Jonas. Thank you, Jonas. See now, Jonas. For the straight men out there, just the men generally out there. Take a hint from Jonas. Compliment your bros. Okay, tell your bros that they look good. Tell your bros that they look handsome. You don't have to say handsome, but tell your bros that their clothes look good today. Okay, it doesn't mean anything. It's just a way of ensuring men have higher self-esteem and stuff. Okay, so thank you, Jonas, for the compliment. And we should normalize that among straight guys. Okay, all right. See here. Weirdomorphous Blob, my brain is letting me have fun, so that's interesting. Are you high, Weirdomorphous Blob? I mean, Jesus, how are you sure? I'm just kidding. Okay. Right. LaCroix, Gwen, hello. It's me, Drusilla, hello. Let's see here. I disagree. Hungary is much worse than Kamala as Hitler versus Trump as Hitler. I'm not quite sure what you mean, TJ. Do you mean that you think Orban will be not as bad as the other, or will be just about as bad as the other guy? That is possible, TJ. To be honest, I don't know much about the other guy. I just know I hate Orban. So I'll have to take your word on that. Okay, I know he's a right winger and he's unpleasant. Okay. How do I feel about pre-modernism? Oh, well, we actually will briefly talk about pre-modernism. Look, I know you were joking, but yeah, okay. Right, I know, right? Weirdomorphous Blob. All right. Hello, Cody has made it to. Oh, great, Cody. I'm not going to say what you said, but hello, Cody. So glad you're here. By the way, the hamburger cult has ended forever. I've banished it. Okay, everyone ready? Everyone good? Everyone good? We got a lot to talk about. Hello, Oz. Oz, I'm so glad you're here. It's been a while, Oz. At least, no, it hasn't. I've seen you recently. So, guys, okay, I'm sorry. I'm rambling. We have a lot to talk about. Okay, we have a lot to talk about. There's like so much shit going on. Some of it's not that bad. Most of it's horrible. But don't worry, guys. We'll lose our minds through the whole thing. It'll be fun. We'll descend into insanity together. All right. All right, you guys. All right. So let's get into it. We have some things to talk about. Yeah, it was great fun. Speaking about pre-modernism, right, LaCroix? Okay. So let's talk about some things. First of all, we're going to cover some news stories, of which there are a few of importance, if you didn't know. And then I will do a brief educational thing about postmodernism. A presentation I did not fully complete, so it's kind of incomplete because I got distracted doing something, ADHD. But all the content is there. Just might not all be up on the screen. I might have to write some of it down in real time. Regardless, we're going to learn a bit about postmodernism. And then we will watch some videos, do some fun stuff. You know how it goes, guys. Same as always. Okay, let's go on here. So the first thing we have are some news stories, right? We have some news stories. So, well, actually, we have something else to start with. I want to start with a. Sometimes I take a look at what happened on this day in history. Okay, because a little bit of a nerd here, a little bit of a history nerd. On this day, Marzipan, thank you, welcome. On this day in 1919. British and Gurkha troops massacred hundreds of unarmed demonstrators in the um, Amritsar massacre in India. So this was a pretty seminal event. Okay, it is Redmond Berry. Okay, good point, Redmond Berry. I should have said I did it on purpose that way. So this is just an interesting, horrific historical event. Very big highlight of British colonialism, where there was a Sikh sort of holiday occurring in an Indian city, and there were a lot of people out, and there were also Indian nationalists holding a rally in this city, Amritsar, and the British general in charge of the British troops who started coming together after Britain declared basically martial law in the city because they got concerned about all the protests going on against them. And he ended up deciding to shoot into the crowd, killed something like 350 people and wounded, I think, about 2,000 more. And then he actually, his troops only stopped firing when they had ran out of ammunition. Okay. And he did that on purpose. And his whole idea here was we need to use state terrorism to terrify the Indian people. Is that true, Matt Saigai? Dear God. Wow, Matt Saigai. I didn't know that. Okay. Basically, and put down these protesters, killed them, and terrorized them. Now, this is not a compliment. The British government actually ended up, I think, putting that guy on trial or something, or removing him. That's not to say that the British government did it because they were nice. All right. They were worried that there'd be more uprisings and stuff, and so they kind of decided to throw him under the bus. But this event actually is one of the things that inspired Gandhi. Okay, completely might not be fair, but gotcha, Matt Saigai. This is one of the events that, for example, inspired Gandhi to actually start pushing more for independence. And he decided to start approaching it in a different way. He was promoted. Is that true, Matt Saigai? Okay. Let me check, Matt. I believe you, Matt Saigai. And because I thought I remember reading that they actually he wasn't charged. He wasn't tried. Okay, 1 second. General Dyer. I thought that okay, that'd be terrible if I got that wrong. Let me see here. Yes, I believe you, Matt. I'm just trying to see here. So yeah, oh my God, you're right. I'm sorry. He wasn't tried. They just did a committee report. Yeah, you're right, Matt Saigai. So they just did a committee report on it, and he was told to resign his post. Okay, so he wasn't put on trial or anything. He was just lightly criticized and then told to resign his post. Okay. Regardless, he later fought in Afghanistan and got accolades for it. Yeah, it's kind of like LaCroix. It's kind of like what the Democrats do when they do they have a committee and they're like, we're going to investigate this shit. Yeah, Matt Saigai, he did. He got a bunch of titles afterwards. So classic empire. It's almost like empires all act in a similar way. They always never want to hold their own accountable and always end up promoting the people who do the worst things, kind of like in the American empire. And this was absolute, insanity. Okay, obviously. This event kind of inspired a lot more Indian folks to start really heavily pushing for independence. They already were, but it was sort of a radicalizing event for a lot of people. But it's just a reminder here, guys, of this event. It's not talked about much in the West, especially. And according to Matt Saigai, I guess the current government of India has been trying to sort of whitewash that part of the history. Very interesting. But so just a reminder that this monster right here should never be forgotten, nor should the victims of his heinous crimes and the British Empire's crimes. Okay, just like the American Empire's crime should never be forgotten. Okay? All right. So okay, so that's just a note. That was the that massacre, the Amritsar massacre on 1919. Let's see what Matt Sagai just sent us something else too. Oh yeah. Is that because they're mainly Sikhs? Yeah, I know, inverted panda. Is that because it's a mainly Sikh city, Matt Saigai? Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the renovated Jallianwala Bagh complex in the northern city of Amritsar. Okay, has given the site a facelift. Interesting. Oh wow. Well, there looks like there's a. Okay, but I mean, oh my God, there's yeah, bunch of people, guys, started actually running. A bunch of people during this massacre jumped into a well to save their own lives, from the bullets. And so a bunch of people jumped into what's called the Martyrs Well, and a bunch of them drowned. Uh, yeah, they're saying, but critics are calling the move insensitive and accuse the government of trying to erase and distort the country's history. Historian Kim Wagner called it a part of the general Disneyfication of the old city of Amritsar, adding that the revamping of the site means that the last traces of the event. Okay, yeah, so they got rid of the old. That's gross, Matt Saigai. That is gross. Yeah. Fascinating. Okay. Yep. Well, that's classic Modi. All right. So anyway, there you guys go. So that happened in 1919. So just an interesting historical event, very dark. And remember, the American Empire does similar things. And hopefully one day there will be a monument to that girls' school in Iran that we bombed in pursuit of empire. Okay. All right. Of course, that won't look good for Americans for a long time. By the way, guys, there are actually other countries like North Korea and Vietnam that actually do have memorials to the civilians killed by our bombing. And those are like permanent memorials that anyone and every Vietnamese person will go there and remember what the American Empire did to them, did to their country. All right. So just to be clear, there are memorials all over the place to the crimes we've committed. Anyway, we just don't have any here, of course. All right. Okay, so moving on. So there's that story. Second thing here. I just wanted to point out, guys, I have a list of topics I want to do educational segments about. Some of the folks in here are the ones who asked me to do these topics. I just want you to know I do have them written down and I will get to them all. It's just been a slow process of getting through all of them. So the Scottsboro Boys, I'm going to do a presentation on. We're going to do Post-Modernism today, the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, the Vietnam War, which someone requested, the Sengoku period, which people requested a long time ago, the Black Panthers, which someone requested, and we're going to eventually do the effects of colonialism on India. So just to let you know, we are going to be doing that eventually. Okay, I just want you to see that I do have a list. Okay, for those who requested these things. Okay, so let's go on. Yes, fight the power, TJ. So let's go on, guys. Obviously, we do have some right now. Trump has officially shut down. Hello, Dead Inside. So glad you're here. Yeah, Lacroix. I really should Weird Amorphous Blob. I was planning to do a lot of discussion of the Pentagon Papers. So just to be clear, guys, Trump has officially shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Apparently, or at least blockaded it. That apparently started at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So Trump has, in response to his failure to negotiate a peace deal, decided to, hello, Lamira, viva la revolution, yes, decided to blockade the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I want to point something out, okay? I want to point out a few things. One, and if someone has read something about this, please let me know, because I have not found any information about this. 40% of Chinese oil goes through the Strait of Hormuz. What are our ships going to do? Are they going to destroy or like stop Chinese oil ships from going through there? which provide 40% of Chinese oil. I don't, because Iran was letting those go through prior. Does anyone know if this is if that we are going to also be blocking Chinese oil? Or I'm just curious because that is something I'm very concerned about. That would be so. What to be clear, guys? Blockades is war. A blockade is not a non-violent thing. Okay, a blockade means you will stop anything from going through, and then you will sink it if it tries to go through. It is a violent act. Blockades are. Remember what happened during the Cold War. In this case, Sir Bart God. Remember what happened during the Cold War. The United States had they help, as you see here, Matt Sai guy. Wait, I heard China really isn't dependent on it. That's possible, Matt Sai guy. From what I read, I heard like 40% of their oil goes through there. Okay, so but regardless, it's maybe I'll recheck that Matt Sai guy, but from what I know, I thought a lot of Chinese oil goes through that strait. Regardless, remember what happened during the Cold War? America blockaded Cuba. And that was practically a declaration of war against the Soviet Union, and it almost brought us to a nuclear conflict with them. Blockades are not peaceful things. We like to view it as an economic stranglehold, but it's a military economic stranglehold. So I'm just interested. I'm curious if anyone knows, if anyone has heard, because that's what I'm keeping an eye on. Let's see here. China, oil. I'll look up that Strait of Hormuz. They have enough oil to cover 7 months of oil. Okay. So they have a massive amount of oil stockpile. They also, guys, are mainly, they also have a lot of green energy and shit. So it's not like as horrible for them, but they, yeah, that's still a lot of, okay. I'm trying to see here. Here we go. China. Yeah, yep, definitely. Most of it comes through the Strait of Hormuz. Look at all this. Okay. Saudi Arabia, Oman, UAE, all of that is where China gets their oil. So that is worrisome to me. And Iran has already said that they will start taking out, they're going to start attacking. Yeah, Matt Sai guy, but they still but they still do have some reliance on oil because they still use oil. But that's like really hurtful for China. Now they have, as they said in this article, about 7 months stockpiled. So it'll take a while for it to really affect them. But what are we going to do if a Chinese oil tanker tries to get through the strait? I'm just curious, and I'm always thinking of the worst scenarios. It's unlikely that we would start a war with China over this, but it's just like, okay. So that's a note. Yeah, inverted panda. So another thing too is that Iran has said that in response to a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, they will begin attacking ships transporting Iranian oil are the target, not all shipping, according to AI. Gotcha, Revenberry. That Iran will start attacking ports in the Strait, in the Persian Gulf. So, if the United States is letting some oil through, they won't let any oil through if the United States does let some oil through. So we will see what happens. That was just one thing I was concerned about. Because blockades are not peaceful. So we'll see what happens. Apparently, guys, the blockade has already begun. And I want to quickly here. Let's
US
watch
military
this. We do have some
blockade
other
on Iran's southern.
I just thought we could watch a clip here from Al Jazeera about the blockade. I haven't seen this, and we will have to see. I think the blockade has started, but let's watch this real fast, okay?
Coast has taken effect. President Donald Trump says any Iranian Navy vessel approaching American warships will be eliminated. Washington is piling pressure on Iran after weekend talks failed to reach a deal to end the war. Well, under the blockade, the US says ships going to and coming from Iranian ports will be intercepted, along with vessels that pay Iran for safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Well, Tehran's responded by threatening all ports in the Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. The revolution.
This is very dangerous, okay?
Guard says military vessels in the strait will be met with a forceful response.
The criminal America's restriction on the movement of maritime vessels in international waters is an illegal act and an example of piracy.
Now, okay, I am not, you all know, you're right, Inverted Panda, right? Me too, Sir Bert. No, you're right, Inverted Panda. Some experts say China won't do anything for a week or two, and the price, yeah, and you're right, Inverted Panda. Like, they could totally, if China could play this smart, and they could be like, okay, we have 7 months stockpiled. Let's let the world economy pressure Trump into stopping. I agree. This puts a lot of power in their hands, but Trump is a fool. But another note here, I will say it is kind of funny for Iran to be saying this because they did shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which is technically international water. I'm just saying, I'm not criticizing them. It was a clever move on their part, but it is funny to hear the Iranian spokesman saying it is illegal to blockade traffic on the Strait of Hormuz. Well, that's what you guys were doing. I'm not, and again, I respect it and I appreciate it, but I can't help it. I'm a jester. I see the contradiction, okay?
Forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran explicitly and resolutely declares that the security of ports in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman is either for everyone or for no one. If the security of the ports of the Islamic Republic of Iran in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman is threatened, no port in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman will be safe.
With the US military, says the blockade applies to all of Iran's ports, which stretch from the Gulf to the Gulf of Oman. Vessels travelling between non-Iranian ports will be allowed to transit the Strait of Hormuz. The waterway used to transport around a fifth of global oil supplies. It's been effectively blocked by Iran since the start of the war more than 6 weeks ago now. Well, in a moment, we'll speak with Ali Hashim in Tehran. But first, let's speak to our chief US.
No, so you're right, Foxamon. They weren't stopping all traffic from going through Iran, but they were doing a blockade. They were definitely, well, at least they were preventing traffic from going through, a lot of traffic from going through. So they were. It doesn't matter. What they were doing was smart. Okay, it was very clever militarily. I just always think it's funny the contradictions, but it doesn't matter to me. I can't help but point it out. Trump has asked others to help block the strait. Yep, correct. Inverted Panda. By the way, the UK, very happy to say, is declining to assist. Very good, very good. Now, if only the UK would say American warplanes and stuff can't stay on their bases. Regardless, all right. I got you, Fox Ublum. You're right. Okay.
US correspondent Alan Fisher, who's at the White House. So, Alan, the deadline has passed.
Okay.
Donald Trump has truthed. Any more clarity on what...
Why are we living in 1984? Why did he have to call it True Social? Okay.
the US is trying to achieve here?
Well, Donald Trump has been in the Oval Office probably for the last 30 minutes or so, and in that time he's managed to put out a post on his Truth social media platform. We're going to throw it up on screen just now so you can take a look at exactly what he said. The president says Iran's navy is lying at the bottom of the sea, completely obliterated 158 ships. What we have not hit are their small number of what they call fast attack ships, because we did not consider them much of a threat. Warning, if any of these ships come anywhere close.
You know what's funny about that, guys? The vast majority of Iran's navy are fast attack ships. So do we see how funny it is to say that we've sunk Iran's entire navy? It's sitting at the bottom of the ocean, except for their fast attack ships, which make up the majority of their navy. Okay, well, I'm glad we didn't take those out, okay?
To our blockade, they'll be immediately eliminated using the same system of kill that we used against the drug dealers in the boats at sea. It's quick and brutal. So Donald Trump clearly laying out his guidelines for the military. Of course, this whole blockade has gone through a couple of iterations. First of all, it was a complete blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, which kind of made no sense given that Donald Trump has spent the last several weeks trying to get Iran to open it. Then he made...
Okay, this is where by the way, that look on his face when he said that is how I feel every single day. Did you see how his face got twisted up in an expression of pain and confusion? I totally get that. Yeah. Yep, obviously, Trump has been screaming about the blockade and now is doing the blockade. Very funny, okay?
The decision that it was going to be blocked completely. CENTCOM, where the whole military operation is being coordinated, kind of put a finer point in it and said, look, this is going to impact ships that leave and try to enter Iranian ports. And so that's the situation we're in at the moment. It started just over an hour ago. The intention from the American side is to put pressure on the Iranians, but also to put pressure on others around Iran. For example, China takes about a third of their oil from Iran, and they've been able to do so during the war.
Yeah.
By putting this...
Gwen, yes. Now, So Gwen asked a good question, but blocking Iranian oil means blocking oil to allies and others. Yes, Gwen, which is why I think Iran is threatening to attack ports in the region, because they know that the United States is probably going to be allowing some shipping through to allies, I'm guessing. And so they're like, okay, fine. If you're going to blockade it, then we're going to any port that is shipping out oil, we're going to attack, so that you can't just selectively blockade. Okay, which is smart on Iran's part, I believe. I believe that's what why they're doing that. Correct, Matt Saigai. Yeah, I agree with you, Matt Saigai. Like it's not defense when the UK says they're opening bases to American war fighters and things, planes and stuff. That's not defensive. Those are forward imperial bases. Okay, their existence is not defensive. Let's put it that way, regardless of what things are being used there for. Okay.
Embargo in place by putting this blockade around Iranian ports.
Right, Betty.
The Americans are hoping that that will put pressure on Iran, which will put pressure on China, which will then put pressure back on Iran.
Yeah, exactly, Inverted Panda. Iran will keep doing what it's doing and block the ally ships. Agreed. Okay. And attacking the ports where they get shipped out of, because they, okay. So the United States might think that they're going to still allow that through, but Iran's not going to let it happen.
Come to the negotiating table and give the Americans a deal that they can live with 9 days of the ceasefire still.
Crawl, hello, Crawl, welcome. Yes, defensive attack. Hey, Dolly boy. Yeah, Crawl.
To go.
Okay, Alan, so we've got the US pressure campaign now underway. Donald Trump, as you said, laying down the law, but all of this surely comes with risks as well. What are the perceived worries here, potentially?
Well, look, the issues are that the Strait of Hormuz kind of concentrates the targets. And so the United States have a bandwidth problem. Do they have enough ships to put in the Strait of Hormuz to make sure they can carry out what is an effective blockade of the Iranian ports? Donald Trump has said that other countries are going to help. We've got no details at all
Good, Dolly,
from
how are you?
the White House about what countries would...
Because, guys, that's a lie. Remember when he said before, oh, the countries are going to go and seize the Strait of Hormuz? And then, like, no one went. No one. And now he's doing the same thing. He's announcing in advance that other countries are going to assist, but no countries, as far as I know, have promised to assist. So I don't know if that is, unless I know that France and some other European countries were discussing like what to do about it, but I doubt they're going to actually do anything. So once again, Trump hallucinating, okay?
Possibly be involved in that. But there's a lot of tracking to be done.
Betty.
But if you put the Navy in a small area around coastal areas of Iran, the Iranians, if they perceive a threat, could potentially breach the ceasefire by firing...
Yeah, okay, I gotta tell you, that is pretty funny. It reminds me of like Pearl Harbor. Let's take all the ships and pack them tightly together in a small space, and surely that won't make them a large target. That could be easily hit by drones that might not be 100% accurate. It makes them a lot more accurate if there's a large target area that they can hit. But anyway, yeah, exactly, Crawl. That's kind of funny to me. And now I don't know how close together they are going to be, but still, if you put a bunch of Navy ships in a small area, that'll make them very nice targets for Iran.
Surface missiles from the coast and also launch drones
Right,
towards American targets. Now, given that there's a ceasefire, that might not happen. But what may happen is that the idea of some sort of takeover of Karg Island, remember we were talking about that more than a week ago, that they were going to send Marines in and seize control of
Good, as Fox Emblem would say, good luck, Marine.
Iran's oil industry. Well, they kind of don't have to do that now because they've got this blockade in place, and the Americans are hoping that that will hold enough to put pressure on the Iranians. So there are pros and cons in doing this. People I've spoken to think...
Mayflower Kids, so why did Trump remove Iranian oil sanctions? Was that, I don't know. You mean, well, for like a while back, he let some ships go through in order to assist allies, but I'm not sure. Did he remove oil sanctions? If I believe you, I don't know if he did do that. I don't know because right now apparently he's going to be blockading them. So
that this is perhaps the most sensible way for the Americans to approach it, not putting soldiers, troops at risk.
Right, guys. This is a sensible way to approach it. No. None of these ways are sensible. The war is not sensible. The whole empire is not sensible. But
perhaps putting pressure on the Iranians in the right spots to get back to the negotiating table.
Removed oil sanction because more oil. That's fair, Inverted Panda. Did he, guys? He put the oil sanctions on hold for a month. Okay, then that makes sense. I do wonder why. If he put oil sanctions on Iran, but then is blockading, that's interesting. I mean, maybe that's just classic Trump kind of being confused or whatever. I don't know. Who knows?
Many thanks, Alan. Alan Fisher there, live in Washington, D.C., our chief U.S. correspondent. Let's go to Tehran.
Okay.
We can speak to Ali
See what the Iranians are saying.
Good to see you, Ali. So the word from Alan Fisher is that this may be perceived as the most responsible way of piling the pressure on Iran, rather than launching another full-scale series of attacks.
Let me look it up while we're doing
on the Iranian mainland. Top Iranian military leaders are calling the U.S. plan, though, a form of piracy. How are they explaining that, given their own stranglehold in the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, in fact, for the Iranians, they are dealing with this in a different way. The spokesperson for the armed forces and another spokesperson also for the Navy vowed that if the Iranian ports are closed,
those licenses to export oil expire on Sunday. So they're not going to those licenses to export that oil is going to be gone like very soon. So I suspect that it's kind of irrelevant at this point. Okay, let's see here. Dolly Boy, the fact that he put out a Truth Social like a week ago saying for them to open the effing strait to then do that. I know, right? Dolly Boy, hilarious. Crawl. In order for U.S. ships to do the blockade, they will have to come well within missile, drone, and artillery range. Yep, Crawl. Yep. All right. Okay. Hello, Stan. Yeah, Taco Tuesday. Correct. All right, let me go on.
Then all ports in the region are going to be closed. Besides, they've been saying that their military readiness and capacity is increasing gradually. Now, the most important thing, given the fact that Iran is already having this closure of the strait and agreeing with certain ships and countries to allow their vessels to trickle outside the Hormuz Strait, according to the mechanism put by the Iranians. Now it's completely closed and there's no possibility for
so completely closed, which means that China's ships won't be allowed to go through.
Vessel or ship or tanker to get in or to go out. So the situation here will be...
they're making tons of money, Inverted Panda, off oil right now, Iran is, because they can have massively inflated prices.
Pressure not only on Iran, it's going to be on Iran on one side, but also it's going to be a huge pressure on the global market. And this is actually what Iran was trying to do when it started the closure of the strait. So
Trump helping Iran, of course.
The issue here, things are getting in a way that are unexplainable. However, we're hearing news that the Iranian and American experts might be meeting soon. So it's not going to be a meeting between the officials, just like what happened a couple of days ago in Pakistan. Rather, it's going to be a meeting.
I don't know, Crawl. I don't know. If they do start sinking, I'm not enough of an expert on naval forces to know if we do need to shove them all into this tight area, or if we just have an aircraft carrier waiting pretty far offshore to sink everything that comes out. Or to stop it. So I don't know. It might be that we don't get any of our ships sunk. My point is I don't know. But it is possible if we put ships that close to their shores, they might be very threatened. So we'll see.
Between experts from both sides to discuss two main issues: the Strait of Hormuz, managing the strait, and the other issue, the ideas that are being suggested right now for the enrichment dilemma.
Yeah. Oh, right. Well, that's very interesting,
Ali. Something like this within the coming days.
Right, Lamira.
Right. Yeah. No. Just to clarify, Ali,
you're right. That's a good point, TJ. I didn't even think of that.
That there may be a degree of communication on some kind of
Sir Bart, that is rude to apes. Apes are smart. Okay. Now, not chimpanzees, but apes are smart.
Level by both sides in this conflict. Let me get that right.
Yeah, TJ.
Yes, absolutely. There are actually attempts by several countries the ones that are mediating between Iran and the United States, namely Pakistan, Egypt, Turkey, and others.
It's
There
not
are others
Lamira. It's
Okay,
stupid.
who
so-
are trying now to bring them together. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, okay, Ali, many thanks.
All right. So, okay. Good God. So we will see what happens. Again, more. I love this scenario. It's like a roll of the dice. It's great fun. Yeah, we'll see what happens. You know, either a bunch of American ships get sunk. We might end up escalating and putting troops on the ground because we're in an escalation trap. Maybe, you know, who knows if we accidentally sink a Chinese tanker or whatever. You know, it's just, I love it. I love it. At least it is an entertaining thing to watch. It's not really entertaining, but if you're a sick masochist or sadist, it is entertaining to watch. I mean, okay, so yay, don't we love our regime? It's so smart. It's so smart and big brain boy. Donald Trump is. Anyway, so there you go. We'll probably start blockading the Strait of Hormuz. By the way, this won't help. This won't help oil prices. I don't know if you guys know that. And just to illustrate how dumb the stock market is and how worthless it is and how it's all a scam, as I recall from looking earlier, let me look it up here. Yahoo Finance, like the stock market's doing great. Like it just shows how stupid. Okay. Hello, Ivana. Go get to detention. Look at this shit. The stock market's going up and up and up. Like the S&P is going up, the Dow is going up, and like, what? Anyway, so like, I just think it's funny. This shows you how incompetent all this shit is. All right, because trust me, it's not actually going well. It is not actually going well. Fox Emblem. Is it safe to say this is an Archduke Franz Ferdinand parallel? I don't know if I wouldn't go that far, Fox Emblem. I see every possible bad scenario. It does raise the possibility of sparking major tensions with China. I don't think it's going to result in an all-out war. But yeah, but it could cause definitely a diplomatic incident. I just don't like being close to any kind of diplomatic incident like that. Okay, I just don't like being close to any of that. It just doesn't sound wise to me. So yeah, I guess it could be. I think that's unlikely. All right. So I know, right, Pizza? Jesus Christ. This is why I always say, folks, I think any one of you would be a better president than Donald Trump, because at least most of you here, I'm guessing, would think something through and notice a contradiction. I don't think he does. I think he just thinks in the moment. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know, but the Dow is 50,000. Okay, good. Yay. Right, Pizza, that giant. Yeah, today is irrelevant. It does. Thank you, Lemire. You'd vote for me? Well, go talk to a psychiatrist, Lemire, if you'd vote for me. No, I'm joking, but okay, anyway. Yeah, you're right, Sir Bart. Jesus is on his side. It doesn't need facts or logic, but that's why I would trust any of you. That's why I would trust any of you over him. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, it's a joke, Mayflower Kid. It's the joke. Remember the joke? The Dow is over 50K. That what's her face talked about. Okay. Nazi Barbie. Okay, or was it what's his face? Was it what? No. What's her face? Okay, what's her face? Not what's his face. Because I forgot it was her. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay. Anyway, let's go on here. So there we go. So that's happening as we speak. Everyone keep an eye out for the beginning of a massive blowout war, which will be fun, right? Which will be fun. I'm so excited for it. Death and destruction always bring me joy. Okay. All right. Don't clip that. You know it's not true. I am a gender abolitionist, Matt Saigai. Abolish gender. Fuck it. All right. Okay. So let's go on. We do have some good news, though. We do have some good news, all right? And I don't want you to think that, well, you know what? First, okay, before we get to the good news, let me just show you something funny, okay? Now, before we get to it's not funny, it's dark, but also funny. Before we get to the good news, since we're talking about Iran, correct, it is. That's exactly, Fetty. That's why I'm like, I think we should abolish gender norms. I think anyone should be able to do whatever the hell they want. And, you know, I really don't care. All right. Elliot Waffles, do you expect that the USA will feel the impact of oil shock soon? Pretty sure we are still receiving tankers that left the Middle East before the war. Yes, we absolutely will, Elliot Waffles. Now, America produces a lot of its own domestic oil. A lot of its own domestic oil. So it won't impact us as much as other places, but it's still going to majorly impact us. Okay. So yeah. It'll mainly hurt other places in the world, but it will definitely hurt us significantly, okay? If it isn't already. It already is, but it'll get worse. All right. So, okay. What do you mean shut up, Matt Sci guy? Okay. All right. So, let's go on. And that's, but to be clear, guys, it is really going to hurt us. I'm just saying it won't, may not have a direct, horrific outcome for the United States compared to other places. Now, what will is how it affects other places. If the rest of the global economy collapses, America will collapse. So I guess I should. What did I do? You said rude. What do you mean? I guess I should say it will crash our economy too, but the oil directly won't necessarily affect us as much, if that makes sense. Okay, I don't know how to phrase that. Hello, Demosthenes. What are you all yelling about in chat? Whatever. So here we have a funny little side note. As we always talked about, guys, as we always talk about, the media, the mainstream media is often a mouthpiece for the regime, okay? And I know that's a shocking outcome. I know we knew that. Okay, you're dumb, Matt Saga. Okay. But I just wanted to point out that the media, mainstream media often does something called manufacturing consent, where they will put opinions on their front page or something that kind of tries to hello, Demosthenes, I love you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be sound unhappy about it. Okay. Very glad you're here. I was just mad at Matt Sci guy, so I took it out on you. So on the New York Times front page, they posted this. Now, what is funny about this is that they actually changed the title. The initial title that the New York Times posted for this big article was, "This is not an end of empire moment." Okay. Iran is not, there you go. Thank you, Weirdomorphous Blob. The Iran war isn't an end of empire moment. So they have now gone back in and changed the title to "Trump has fallen into a familiar U.S. foreign policy trap." And in this article, okay, posted by the New York Times, it's hilarious to me, hilarious. They're coping so hard. Oh my God, they're coping. They're coping so hard. They say, Donald Trump makes every crisis seem like an end of empire moment, a breaking point for American power in the world. The war in Iran is the latest example where the shadow of an imperial apocalypse hangs over his flailing attempt to resolve the crisis created by his military. Really, Weird Amorphous Blob? That's hilarious, okay? Created by his military gamble. Maybe Trump's America is Britain in the 1956 Suez Crisis, which I talked about on stream, right, guys? Discovering its own impotence, realizing that the sun has set on its empire. Maybe Trump himself is the King Croesus of Lydia, why the hell we're going back to the classical period, invading Persia on an oracle's encouragement and discovering too late that the empire prophesized is destined to be destroyed by the invasion. Okay, whatever. But it's also possible that the Iran war is actually a less final rupture than a return to a familiar pattern of U.S. foreign policy. After all, is it really such a novel experience for the United States to try and fail to impose its will on the Middle East or the wider Islamic world? For our quest for some grand bargain to give way to conflict between Sunni and Shia, Israelis and Arabs? For American military power to succeed tactically, even as strategic picture darkens? So, okay, and it goes on to say, surely not. This is the familiar story of the 21st century. So here's what's hilarious. They're saying that, yeah, well, we won militarily. It literally says here, for American power to succeed tactically, even as the strategic picture darkens. No, we didn't. We have not won militarily at all. What the fuck what are they talking about? No, we haven't. We have not won militarily. And then it says, for some grand bargain to give way to a conflict between Sunni and Shia, Israeli and Arabs. Yeah, that's really pro-Israel framing, okay? It's just a silly little conflict between Israelis and Arabs, a 2,000-year conflict between these two groups that don't get along, as opposed to a pattern of colonization and ethnic cleansing. And, okay, so it's just such cope by the New York Times, like being like, no, this isn't fall of American empire. This is just another little oopsie in the Middle East. We won militarily. We're just failing strategically. Yeah, we're just failing strategically, and it's just another little oopsie, nothing to worry about. Okay, I just thought you guys would find that funny, and this is a perfect example of manufacturing consent, and the fact that they decided to put this on the front page. The editors have the choice to make this decision. Okay, they decided to put this on the front page. So, all right. Yeah. So So again, just funny, right? Okay. The difference is that we had competent leaders in the past. Gwen says the difference is that we had competent leaders in the past, corrupt war mongers, but competent. So Gwen, I disagree. Bush was deeply incompetent. Like a lot of the so-called ventures we had in the Middle East were deeply incompetent and resulted in things that were much worse. Trump definitely is significantly more incompetent, but let's put it this way. The past leaders made decisions, I guess, were, okay, that is true, Inverted Panda. They made decisions that were horrible and evil and things like that, and often strategically short-sighted. Yeah, I see what you mean. Trump is worse, but past things have been horrible too. Yeah, yes, okay, but they were, yeah, that, okay. Hello, Super Creepbat. Hello, I'm so glad to see you here, Super Creepbat. But still, yeah, fair, Gwen, fair. Trump is definitely more incompetent, but like, it's like not, those past things were not good either. But you know that, Gwen. I don't know why I'm nitpicking with you. You know that, okay? All right. So, okay. Moving on. So just funny, just be aware, guys, especially if you're American and you go to the New York Times or some shit. And I am curious as to why they changed the title from this isn't an end of empire moment. And I would bet that someone got mad and said, America doesn't have an empire. America doesn't have an empire. So why did you put that in the title? Okay. You said, Stan Durko, I saw a name like that on another stream, but I had to leave that stream. I was sent threatening emails from some people there. Stan Durko, in reference to what? In reference to what? Okay. All right. So anyway, guys, let's continue, shall we? So that's just a little fun side note. Okay. The American press doing its job. Now, I will say there's still a lot of aversion to, like, most people don't trust the American press, and there's a lot of aversion in the non-mainstream press to the war, and even some in the mainstream press. But still, the New York Times is going to New York Time, right? The New York Times. Oh, I'm sorry, Stan Durko. I thought you guys were talking to me. All right, forgive me. So moving on, let's have some good news, right? I guess. Let's just ignore. Let's ignore the you know, the war of aggression and the killing of civilians and stuff and the imperial. Let's just take a moment and take a break, right? Let's watch an episode of what is it, Big Brother? I don't know, whatever fucking thing is new on the TV. That's a goddamn show. Okay, let's something positive. Okay, I'm not nosy. I just didn't know. No, don't apologize. I just didn't know what you guys were talking about. I thought you were talking to me. Okay, so first of all, we do have some good news. All right. Bye. What's his name? Orban. We're gonna miss you so. I'll cry. Orban, why'd you have to go? Bye-bye, Orban. Bye. Bye, Orban. I am very happy that Orban is gone. All right. Very happy that Orban is gone. Orban was defeated. Okay. Orban was defeated in his election. Orban, for those who don't know who Orban was, now I will say, as TJ said earlier, the person who is shut up, Lacroix, how dare you? Okay, the person who is taking over from Orban is Peter Magyar, who is also a right winger. He's sort of a center right right winger. Okay, and is not a good guy either. But Orban is very, very popular across the globe on the populist right. Orban was very popular in MAGA was really liked Orban. A lot of emerging neo-fascist movements and fascist movements love Orban. Okay, I saw a liberal saying Hungary has done its job, now you should. Yeah, no, correct, Weird Amorphous Bob. I agree. And I want to point out, guys, we need more than this in Hungary, but I really hate Orban. So I'm glad that he's gone. But this is still not the perfect outcome. Regardless, can we at least revel in his suffering that now that he's lost? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, he's going to be gone. And I'm very happy about that. Okay. I'm very happy about that because I just don't like him. So regardless, he's gone and that's a good sign. All right. This is one of those populist illiberal leaders that has had a lot of influence, who is now going to be, is no longer an issue. And I know a lot of Europeans are happy about it. I should cry on stream. I could do that. That'll get more views. So, but this is good news. I'm glad Orban is gone. So yeah. By the way, Orban basically is similar to Trump. He's kind of consolidated the press underneath his power. So he's consolidated a lot of the press underneath people that are loyal to him. So he's been able to sort of really control the press. He's very anti-immigrant. He has done a lot of horrific things in Hungary. He's kind of a Trump person. He's also very pro-Putin. And as far as I know, he's pretty pro-Putin and pretty pro-Russia, which has been causing some issues in Europe. Yeah, so he is gone. I'm very happy. All right. So we could celebrate that. He's gone. Bye-bye. Now, of course, we have to deal with the new guy. So we'll see how that goes. I am Mayflower Kid. I am. Okay. You're right. I should just pick a random moment and random comment to respond to by breaking into tears. You're right, Weirdomorphous Blob. Oh, what'd you say, Weirdomorphous Blob? What'd you say? There you go. Okay. Anyway, so there we go. Isn't that fun? Bye-bye, Orban. I'm very happy. I'm very happy about it. Matt Saigai, thank you for the super chat. Really, not the super chat. Thank you for the bits, Matt Saigai. Matt Saigai just sent us 500 bits. Thank you, really, Matt Saigai. You guys can send bits, by the way, through Twitch. I very much appreciate it. You know what, Matt Saigai? Just for you, I'll put on the jester hat. Should I, guys? Should I put on? I'll put on the jester hat. Thank you, Matt Saigai. Everyone, thank Matt Saigai. There we go. Okay, let's go on. So that is some good news. Bye-bye, Orban. And now let's continue. Let's go on to the next story. I don't want to fixate too much on it because it is slightly good news, but, you know, all right. Let's go on. Here we have some other good news. Some other good news. And I want to point out that I'm going to be very clear, as I have said multiple times. We need more than electoralism in this country at this point, okay? And that's not to say that we can't also do electoralism, but we need to do both. We need electoralism and we need other things, because electoralism alone will not fix our problems in the short term, and we need our problems fixed quickly, or at least we need them fixed very soon, okay? Otherwise, we're going to have another Trump if Trump disappears. So we need more than electoralism. However, it is looking very, very bad. It is looking very, very bad for Republicans and Trump. Trump yesterday announced that the gas prices are not going to go down before the midterms. That is typically a very bad sign for whoever's coming into office. Poll after poll after poll is coming out and showing that the Republicans are not going to do well in the midterms at all. And Trump is deeply unpopular. That is not what I said, Weirdomorphous Blob. I hate all of you. I hate all of you, okay? And I am not saying that, you know, that the Democrats are going to save us. How dare all of you, okay? But I am saying that we might see a wipeout of the Republicans, which would be lovely. They won't disappear completely, but they are spelling their own death now. Now, that is not enough, though, folks. It won't help us any if we just get a bunch of people into Congress that are corpo Dems. That's not going to help us. So we need to get a lot of progressives in there at the very least. Okay? No, they're not going to save us. But it would be easier to pressure Democrats than it would others. So, and we don't want these monsters in office, right? So we'll be glad that they will be gone. We just need some. But it's not looking good for Trump, and it's not looking good for the Republicans. And yeah, so that is very good news. Okay, that is very good news. And we need to. I am starting to see. How do I frame this? Oh my God, I know, right? Where was Blob? I would like to see. Oh, hey, a bright love. This is making me starting to feel like there might be a light at the end of the tunnel, but I don't want to frame it that way. You all are going to be like, no, there isn't. Yeah, you're right, there isn't. But there's a light at the end of the tunnel in terms of this current government, in terms of Republicans hold over Congress and things like that. Now, but this is only if they don't try to take over the government, or like they don't try and stop elections. They don't try and completely prevent real elections and things like that. And I am still not entirely optimistic, but things do look good electorally. Let's put it that way. I would also like, by the way, for people to feel inspired to take action. And I am a bit worried that if we do take Congress, then suddenly a lot of liberals will suddenly feel comfortable, and we can't feel comfortable. Okay, so there's multiple issues in this, but it's not looking good for the Republicans. Did you guys all see how a bunch of uh, yeah, they are weird amorphous blobs. So I don't want people to stop fighting because we still have a lot to do. I also want to point out that what was I going to say here? Oh God, I completely lost my train of thought. I shouldn't have been reading the chat. Yeah, Doomsday Man, they are maneuvering very actively. Yes, Dems will lose in the midterms. I don't think so. Right now, Matt Saigai, it's looking like they won't. In some cases, that's a bad thing because, well, we might get a bunch of corpo Dems in there, which won't do any good. But we'll see. Okay, so this is good news. Yeah, you're right. No, you're right, Weird Amorphous Blob. But right now, Weird Amorphous Blob, I will say, and it is looking like that the Dems will get a significant win, but this could change, so we'll find out. And we need to back progressive candidates if we can during the primaries, as well as resisting in other ways. Okay. Yeah, they totally are, Demosthenes. Corpo Dems are doing their best to make their base stay home again. But I will say, guys, remember that Biden won the election against Trump because people were so upset with Trump that they went out and voted against him. So it's not the best strategy to get people to vote against Trump, which is what the Democrats always do. But if you do get enough people angry, it can make you win, even if it's the worst way to do it. You see what I mean? So regardless, we'll see. All right. I don't hate AOC. What do you mean? You have to beat the liberals before you can even get to the fascists. I disagree, Paul Squall. You need to beat the fascists before you can get rid of the liberals. You can't beat the liberals if there's a boot on your neck. That's one of the issues with fascism is it makes it really hard for the left to organize and fight. It puts a boot on your neck. Okay. So this is complicated, but yeah. Dems won't get any legislation. Yeah, so we'll see how it goes, okay? Yeah, no, you're right, Weird Amorphous Blob. And I'm not certain, guys, but I am seeing increasingly positive signs for the upcoming elections. But again, we can't rely on elections. We need major changes, and the Democratic Party is corrupt and awful. And we've seen some of the things they've been saying, right? Like their complaint about the Iran war is that it wasn't done competently. They are literally taking a right-wing position on the Iran war. Like Chuck Schumer and all those lunatics are taking a right-wing position. They're like Trump is enabling Iran because he didn't take out their nuclear material and stuff. He is literally making they're criticizing Trump from the right because they're morons and they're evil and they're bribed. Okay. Anyway, a little bit, Matt Guy. Okay. Anyway, so we'll see what happens. Okay, we'll see what happens. But that to me looks good. Yeah, yes, we should do that, Fetty Spaghetti. Yeah, exactly. Lindsey Graham is doing, and yeah, exactly. Lindsey Graham is like saying what Chuck Schumer is saying. Now, Lindsey Graham is saying it in a meaner way, but Chuck Schumer is basically saying the same thing. So is Hakeem Jeffries. Okay, Fetty Spaghetti, who should we even support? Yeah, Fetty, we should make a list of good progressive candidates. That'd be lovely. Correct, Weird Amorphous Blob. Correct. Okay. So we need to organize. We need to organize and we need to figure out ways to resist because even if we the Democrats take all the seats or whatever, they're not going to make major changes and we're just going to end up getting a fascist again. Because, okay. Anyway, do we think that all the MAGA people are suddenly going to be satisfied unless we give them things, unless we change their economic situation? No. Okay. All right. So anyway, just pointing this out, okay? There are some good signs, but we also need more than that. All right. So there's two slightly good stories, although all of you always ruin my good stories by being like, well, Orban is the other guy's bad. Well, this, that. No, you guys are right, of course. Okay. All right. Ugh. All right. So So Paul Squaw, this is complicated. Paul Squaw says so it's not the fascists who will be in your way first. It's liberals stopping the commies from winning elections. The fascists are already here, Paul Squaw. So that's my concern. You're right. When it comes to preventing fascist takeover, the liberals will often be in the way of preventing that. But now that the fascists have taken over, they should be the first target. Because but this is a strategy thing, and it's complicated, and I understand that we can disagree on this. Okay, this is exactly, the fascists will murder us first. So that's why, like, once they're in power, we're kind of out of time to get rid of the liberals. Okay, if that makes sense, or to remove the liberals from power. Okay, cool. So let's see here, Paul Squad. Is there a way to see who's campaigning outside? Yes, there are. It is, TJ. You can look. There's like the Green Party will campaign, libertarians, things like that. Okay. Oh, thank you, Matt Saiga. Okay. It is Fox Emblem. It is. You're right. Okay. Okay. So we get the idea here, guys, and we can debate this. This is a strategy approach, etc. But it's interesting, right? All right. Okay, guys. So moving on here. We also thank you so much, Dolly Boy, for the contribution. Really, thank you for the 400 bits there, Dolly Boy. You know you're my hero. So are you, Matt Saiga. You're my heroes. Okay, you fund like 30% of the stream. Okay, all the time. Okay, thank you. I don't know, probably more than that. All right. Here's another somewhat good piece of news, and I know it's small. But I'm still happy with it. Okay, Trump keeps losing battles when it comes. Trump keeps losing battles when it comes to this shit. So, judge tosses Trump's lawsuit against WSJ over Epstein's letter. So, a judge has tossed Trump's attempt at going after the press for publishing that letter he sent to Epstein, which I deeply appreciated. Okay, and that's always good news. He keeps losing these court cases when he's trying to silence speech, so that's good. I know, right, TJ? Shocking. Okay, no, it's obvious he should have lost that. And this is what I do keep saying, guys. The judicial branch still has some degree of independence. You can tell. And I know you're going to yell at me when I say that, but I think it's obvious, right? There's still some degree of independence on the judicial branch. Now, how much does that independence really matter at this point? It remains to be seen, but they have been able to stop Trump from doing several things, okay? So that is a good sign. It does not mean that we aren't in a shitload of trouble, but this is a good sign. At least this court was able to stop a nonsense lawsuit. Oh, thank you, Matt Saiga. I won't debate you. You're dumb. How dare you, Matt Saiga? Okay, you just don't want to be embarrassed. That's what it is. You don't want to be embarrassed, Matt Saiga. Okay. Paul Squaw, we all like Mamdani. Yeah, well, but Paul Squaw, Mamdani was running in one of the most democratic cities in the country, right? The only people there really to fight that would be easy that he had to deal with was a liberal, and I would barely call the guy a liberal anyway. But yes, all right. So that's sort of you could kind of view the guy he fought against as the right winger in the race, okay? Because he was much more right wing than he was very right wing, okay? But anyway. Okay. So, but I get it, Stan, or not Stan. I'm sorry, Stan. We can disagree, Paul Squaw. I get that. All right. So, okay. So, let's go on here. So, just another kind of positive story there. Isn't that lovely? I know I feel weird even talking about positive things. I feel like I'm misrepresenting reality by even talking about things that are positive because everything's so shit. Okay. All right. Another thing here that I guess is good news. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Lacroix. Another thing here that I guess is good news is that in a social media post, so Swalwell, who was a Democrat running for California governor, is suspending his campaign after being pressured to stop because he was accused of sexual assault. Once again, proving my theory that America is one of its #1 values is sexual assault against adults and children, mainly children, but in this case, it happens to be an adult. And so this, once again, the Democrats, yeah, exactly. Bye-bye, Swalwell. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. So bye-bye, Swalwell. Okay, and I'm glad that that's good. Unfortunately, weirdly enough, the Democrats seem willing to pressure their people to leave, but the Republicans aren't. The Republicans are almost always okay with having a pedophile or a sexual abuser in office. So it is kind of unfortunate that the Democrats are the only ones that sometimes push back. Okay. That's not to compliment the Democrats because they only do it sometimes, but still, at least this lunatic is gone, and I'm glad with him being gone. Weird amorphous blob. I just think this discussion is only relevant if our strategy is a hostile takeover of the Democratic Party, which is already a dead end correct, as the establishment is upheld by an entire network of financial interests that will continue to dominate party. No, yeah, no, weird amorphous blob, yes. We don't need, we shouldn't, we need to get, we need a lot more than taking over the Democratic Party because that's not going to help us. It's impossible. But I also, maybe I'm lived up on this, but I also am trying to protect, for example, trans folks and gay folks and Latino folks and the people that are being very harmed or worse harmed by the Republicans than they would be by the Democrats. That's not to say the Democrats would be perfect towards those groups, but I would much rather, it would be, and also it'd be easier to make change if we had fewer fascists around. We could debate this. I get that. Okay. If there were Republicans, he would be a presidential candidate. And weird amorphous blob, I will say, I'm all for revolutionary change. That's what I keep advocating for. This is why I'm saying we don't need just electoralism. We can't do just electoralism. All right. Okay, guys. There you go, Stan Durko. Oh, I got you. I got you, weird amorphous blob. I got you. Okay, I understand. You must be a pedophile and they only listen. Yeah, there you go. Okay, you must be a pedophile and they only listen to you. Correct, Stan Durko. Okay. Okay, so boo. There we go. So that's good. Bye-bye, Swalwell. He was a creep anyway. He's evil, just like a lot of other Democrats and Republicans. Evil knows no bounds in this country. We have evil Democrats, evil Republicans. They're all a bunch of and annoying. Okay, so evil. Okay, moving on. So yes, I understand Fox Emblem. I understand. Okay. Here we got. All right. I think that's all I wanted to talk about today in regards to those things. Okay. So there's our news. There are other news things. Like, did you guys hear about the Pope getting into it with Donald Trump? So did we hear about this? The Pope has finally openly spoken out against Trump's war, and Trump responded. What did Trump say? Let me see if I can remember what Trump said in response to the Pope. Let me see if I can find it. Do we hear about this nonsense? It's just funny to me. It's so stupid. Trump on the Pope. What did he say about the Pope? All right, let's see here. So he got, yeah, of course, TJ. So the Pope was calling for peace. I know what a horrible man that he's calling for peace and saying we shouldn't fight wars and whatever, blah, 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 blah. Okay, and then he said, Trump said, I don't want a Pope who thinks it's terrible that America attacked Venezuela. Okay, I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person. And then the Pope said, break the demonic cycle of evil, and the kingdom of God has no sword, no drone, no vengeance, no trivialization of evil, no unjust profit, but only dignity, understanding, and forgiveness. Like, okay, yeah, what was his response, Louise? The Pope also said, it is here that we find a bulwark against the delusion of omnipotence that surrounds us and is becoming increasingly unpredictable and aggressive. The balance within the human family has been severely disabled. Enough of the idolatry of self and money, enough of the display of power, enough of war. True strength is shown in serving life. Okay. And he also said that his response, the Pope's response, is that he's not afraid and that he's only here to preach the gospel. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. The peace president hates peace. Yeah. So I just think it's funny. Like, Trump will get into a fight with anyone. Thank you, Louise. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, the Pope is look. Oh my God, I forgot about this self. Do we remember this, guys? Oh my God, I forgot about this self. Oh my God, I can't believe he did this. Trump posted this. Trump posted this shit. Okay, Trump posted. I forgot. Thank you so much for sending this, Louise. I totally forgot to show you guys this. So, and Trump posted on social media this image of himself during his spat with the Pope. Okay. And I don't know what else to say about it, but yeah, is this image manifest destiny? Actually, body swap, that's an excellent comparison to make, and I didn't even think of that. It looks like it, doesn't it? It kind of reminds me of like a manifest destiny thing. So, and then he deleted it. But look at this shit, guys. Look at this. It's him as Jesus. I don't know, healing the sick or some shit. I don't fucking know what's happening here. And then there's an eagle, which is a vicious predator flying overhead, and there's soldiers all over the place. I don't know what the hell's happening here. It's just funny. I know so much of guys. That's hilarious, inverted panda. Look at all the diversity in this picture as inverted. Inverted. Like, look at all the diversity. Look how they people of all races. Okay, obviously they're all white. Okay, so oh my God. It's just Trump as Jesus, which is why of course, yeah, Paul Squall, they already view him as Jesus. It's just really funny to me. One of those cloud soldiers looks very excited. Yes. Oh my God, you're right. Yeah, this guy in the center. It's just, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, getting reborn under Trumpism. This is just like, and remember, as we said, guys, we have a religious death cult. We have a Christian death cult that has a lot of power in this country. And our dear leader is posting images of himself as a divine figure. Like, if we, like, are there any other cult comparisons or religious fundamentalism comparisons we can make? Because I feel like there's an infinite number of them we could make here. Anyway, so this is cute, isn't it? This is very cute. And Trump also said that Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. Okay, I guess. I'm sure the Pope cares. Okay. He literally said, oh my God, he's such a baby. In that post, he said that it's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. Right, that's him as a doctor, even though it looks like him. Why is he wearing a robe or like a toga, like he's Jesus Christ? And, okay, yeah, Stan Durko. So isn't this funny? I just can't handle it. So anyway, some fun stuff here. Very fun stuff. God, we're in a goddamn clusterfuck. Okay. I don't know, Lacroix. I think what he means, Lacroix, when he says that the Pope is weak on crime and foreign policy, I think it's because the Pope critiqued his deportations and things like that, and critiqued his war. So critiquing, those two things, I'm guessing. And Trump's like, he's weak on crime. Yeah, I know. This is all stupid, guys. Like, I don't even know what else to say about it. I'm going to pull this back up. Okay. So there we go. That was fun, wasn't it? And like, I just don't, honestly, these stories kind of are meaningless at this point. And they're fun. They're fun. It's fun to watch how much of a goddamn shit show we're in and how like we have this lunatic president. But just remember, he controls the military and he is currently waging a war of aggression and he has nukes. And like, it is terrifying. It is really terrifying that this like, and it's funny. It is funny, but it's also very, very terrifying. That this is who we have leading a very powerful state. Anyway, so yeah, anyway, I don't know what else to say. Guys, I'm gonna go pee because I have a very, very small bladder, as we all know. So I'm gonna go pee, and then I'll be right back, and we'll talk a little. We'll do a little educational segment, and don't you dare leave. Don't you dare leave. If you leave, I will come after you. Each and every one of you, I will come after you. And I know immediately people are gonna start leaving the stream. They're going to start leaving the stream. Don't you dare leave the stream. Okay? Don't you dare leave the stream. Okay? I'll be right back. Everyone stay. And if you do leave, you're a racist. Okay? For no reason other than that I say so. Okay? No, Lacroix. Bad Lacroix. Okay? I'll be right back. Give me a second.
How do we close this
Okay, guys, I'm back. I hope I didn't scare anyone by being so loud when I came back, but I thought I'd try to do some shock treatment to make sure everyone's awake. Everyone ready? Let's hand out some boops before we go on to the educational segment, okay? That everyone is so excited about, I'm sure, as the world ends. Okay, what happens if I donate 20 subs on Twitch, Sam? I don't know. What do you want to have happen, Mad Side Guy? What do you mean? What will I give you in return? I don't know. I'll give you the collar. I'll give you the jester collar. How about that? And does the jester collar work? I don't know what do you want from me? Do you want? I don't know. I'll give you whatever you want, Matt Sly Guy. Okay, maybe not anything, but okay, it's 80. Dear God, Matt Sly Guy. I don't know. I could give you we could do the jester collar. I could. I don't know. We could play a game later. I guess it would, Bright Love, but I can't do an After Dark tonight. But how about this, Matt Sly Guy? If you do donate $80, I will do an After Dark stream tomorrow. How about that? I can do an After Dark stream tomorrow if you donate 80. So I can do it tomorrow evening if you want me to. All right. If you would like that, gladly, I will do anything for money. Anything for money. Okay, yes. We should change this to Bop, Bronk, Bromp, and Spank. Lamira, I know what you like. Anyway, sorry, Lamira. I don't mean to be a sexual predator. Anyway, but yes, I agree, Lamira. Anyway, you want to see me poor? Of course I do, Mad Side Guy. That brings me joy. Okay, so guys, let me give you some boops. Let me give you some boops. Lamira gets a boop. Boop. Matt Saigai gets a boop. Boop. Weird Amorphous Blob gets a boop. Boop. Body Swap, how dare you? Okay, fine. Body Swap, I forgive you. You get a boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Did I say Mayflower Kid gets a boop? Mayflower Kid gets a boop. Boop. Sir Bart gets a boop. Boop. No, Weird Amorphous Blob, just because I love you, you get a Brimble. Brimble. There you go. Is that a good way to do it? Brimble. Okay, there you go. You got a Brimble. Dolly Boy gets a boop. Boop. Wake up, Dolly Boy. Wake up. Okay, anyway, I'm sorry. I hope I didn't blow out anyone's eardrums. A Bright Love, also called Liquid Alcorn, gets a boop. Boop. Who else gets a boop? Gwen gets a boop. Boop. Demosthenes gets a boop. Boop. Paul Squaw gets a boop. Boop. Okay. Anyone else? Oz gets a boop. Boop. Super Creeper Back gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? Druzilla gets a boop. Boop. Okay, anyone else want a boop? Anyone else want a boop? Anyone else want a boop? Bad, Druzilla. You get a Bromp. Bromp, I'm removing your boop for that dirty statement. Shame on you. Okay, guys, everyone good? Anyone else want a boop? Did I miss anyone who wants one? Should we move on? Or are we out? Are we out boop? Thank you, by the way, Oz, for standing up for my authority in chat. Okay, so everyone, let's continue. So we're going to do a brief educational segment. And I wanted to say, please don't leave. Please don't leave me, okay? I promise we'll get back to the fun stuff. We'll get back to the fun stuff after we do the educational segment. I know. So we're going to talk about postmodernism. Now, why the fuck are we doing this, guys? Why the hell are we doing this? I know most of us aren't a big fan of postmodernism, okay? I know some of us are not a big fan. Neither am I got to tell you. I am not a big fan of postmodernism. I will say, however, don't you worry, Sir Bart. You'll like it, Sir Bart. I promise you. I promise you, Sir Bart. You won't, okay? But you might. So, but it is important to know what about postmodernism, because I will say there are some parts of postmodernism that are very interesting and are useful. Other parts, not so much. I will say this. There's a lot of things in our current day culture that go back to postmodernism, and it is important to know what it is, okay? What it is and shit like that. And guys, feel free to critique it or compliment it in chat. I will try to be unbiased and tell you about it from a neutral perspective as best I can, okay? And so please, as I'm talking, don't think I'm saying I agree with it, okay? Just know that I'm trying to explain it to you based off the academics and the people who think this way, okay? All right, so let's begin, shall we? Now, again, I did it. This is a terrible presentation. I apologize in advance. The images on the screen aren't great, but whatever. Shit happens. So, before we talk about what postmodernism is, we have to talk about, yeah, exactly, Weird Amorphous Blob. We have to talk about about what modernism is, okay? About what modernism is. So, modernism is a way of thinking, especially in the quote-unquote West, okay? Yes, I know some of this is kind of ethnocentric to the West, regardless. That goes back to the Enlightenment, all right? So the modernism kind of has four key tenets. Uh, truth, the idea that there is a truth out there that human beings can find. Okay, so truth. And that one of the biggest, the most important things you can do is seek truth. All right, that you can find truth by using reason. So by reasoning, by doing experimentation, by using logic and things like that, you can discover the truth. Okay, that that we have sort of a um we have knowledge. We have assembled that by seeking truth we can assemble knowledge that will help us understand the world, and that knowledge is useful. Okay, and that lastly, we can use knowledge, reason, and truth to make things better, to promote progress, okay, to improve things, to improve people's lives, give people more freedom and things like that. So those four key components are sort of modernism, and that goes all the way back to the Enlightenment, okay? And it is not an exaggeration to say that almost every ideology of the 20th century and 19th century can be linked back to these ideas to an extent, okay? Like Marxism. Marxism, Marx was a very modernist thinker. The idea that he tried to use truth, reason, truth and reason to progress society and make it better. You can talk about like the founding fathers of America. They thought in theory that what they were doing was based off truth and reason and trying to progress society to make people more free. Okay. Even to some weird extent. Now, fascism was sort of a rejection of modernism. It was a countering of the Enlightenment, which is interesting when you hear about postmodernism, but I'm not going to be biased. I'm not going to be biased. And so after World War II, there came a period where a bunch of academics, and they were very academics. Almost all the postmodernist academics and thinkers were armchair theorists to a large extent. Almost all of them really only did postmodernism from a distance and didn't really talk about life on the ground. They talked about it theoretically. I'm kind of being biased here, but let's go on here, okay? Um, okay, so what does postmodernism say about modernism then? Okay, let me real fast here too. On the right here, I have an image that was made during the Enlightenment just to show you kind of what modernism looks like. This is Enlightenment art. You can see here that you have two men. They're all men, actually, because there were issues with the Enlightenment, okay? Sitting around a globe, it looks like, and there is light coming out of it, the idea of the light of knowledge, that they are discovering new things, that they are discovering knowledge, and they're sharing it with their children. So the idea here being that the human beings can seek knowledge, find it, and make discoveries. Okay, so now we get to postmodernism. All right, postmodernism took a look at this and said, no, 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 no. All right, no, no, no. They said the following: truth is relative. Okay, truth is relative. Now, let me point out something. Okay, so there's some things about postmodernism I completely agree with in terms of culture and systems of knowledge and things like that. But the implications of that are useless. Let me explain what I mean here. Okay, so yeah, truth is relative. What might be true to one person, it might not be true to another person based off of their culture, their experience, their beliefs. Okay, so truth is relative, and the point that the postmodernists are making is that there is no such thing as an objective truth. All truth is relative, and objectivity is impossible. Okay, so not only is truth relative, it is impossible for human beings to be objective. They cannot objectively understand things. Okay, everything is subjective. Everything is opinion and bias and things like that. So human beings are fundamentally subjective due to our reliance on socially constructed meaning, language, and thinking. Okay, so for example, so there isn't really any truth out there, and all truths are essentially equal because none of them are fundamentally and objectively true. Yeah, Mayflower Kid. Well, yes, Mayflower Kid. Truth is not facts. Correct. Okay. That is one of the points that the postmodernists made, is that truth are not facts. Okay, truth is something different that is socially constructed. Okay, there is some truth to this. I'm not going to lie to you, but okay, let's go on. So they go on to conclude that any attempt at establishing a single truth is, okay, I don't get it, but there you go. Body swap. Okay, any attempt at establishing a single truth is a form of power and is oppressive towards those who don't share the same beliefs. So let me explain to you. Okay, so for example, here's an example I wrote down here. I came up with these off the top of my head. They might not be the best examples, but give me an example here. So for example, every form of belief and every structure of knowledge, reason, and truth is a power system. So let me explain. For example, state-enforced ideas of Darwinian evolution, so evolution, okay, oppress people who believe in intelligent design. Think about it. If the state is promoting in textbooks the idea of Darwinian evolution, it is demonizing and making out people that believe in creationism as being lesser and inferior, and it gives them less power. So it creates a system of power. The pushing of the belief in Darwinian evolution pushes a system of power that grants power to scientists over clergymen. So do we see how that's a system of power to some extent? Okay, so like believing, having this unified system of thought around Darwinian evolution is a system of power because it grants power to scientists, makes them more believable, makes them more, you have them more, okay, you see what I mean? Okay. All right. So let's go on to the next example here. And this is where I phrase this in this way because I do think there is some truth to this. Okay, I think he's right to some extent, but I'll explain my disagreement. But let me explain. So here's another example: Native peoples, so indigenous peoples across the globe who believe in animism, right? So like if you're animism is sort of this idea. There you go, body swap. Okay, that. There's spirit and life force in nature, and this depends on the animist group, that there are spirits out there, that there's life force and energy out in the environment, that living things have a spirit. It depends on the group, but it's sort of this idea in this spiritual energy. All right. Okay. So native peoples who believe in animism are oppressed by the mechanistic, non-spiritual ideas of biological sciences. Okay. Because this sort of mechanistic idea that like a tree is made up of molecules and serves certain functions and doesn't really have a spiritual component that is sort of oppressive, and it takes away something from the spiritualist part of this, right? If you just have this mechanistic enlightenment worldview of like what a tree is, it is sort of oppressive of people who view it differently. And this sort of way of thinking grants power and privilege to biologists over the shamans and medicine men that come from these underprivileged indigenous groups. Okay. And for those, if you think about it, that is true. And there's also a colonial aspect to this, isn't there? A lot of these ideas were introduced to these groups through colonialism. So to an extent, yeah, sure, inverted panda. So to an extent, there is an element, absolutely an element of truth in this. Okay, yeah, Paul Squaw. Okay, and I think this is why I think it is useful to some extent. Thank you, politics. It is useful because you can see power relationships that you don't normally look at. Okay, but at the same time, but you see in how we frame it, okay, let me go on here. So that's sort of the general trend of postmodernism, is questioning everything, any sort of power structure and any sort of system of knowledge or truth, and pointing out how it's linked to power. So one of the big goals of postmodernism is to reveal and upend all forms of power and all systems of power. And typically, systems of power we don't normally seek to upend or look at. All right? whether it be the power of a scientist over that of a, clergyman, whether it be the power of like a Western way of thinking over a um, sort of native, indigenous way of thinking. Okay. Do you see what I mean? So one of the things I like about postmodernism is I really do like the idea of questioning power systems. The problem, in my opinion, well, I don't know if I want to tell you my problem. I want to see what you guys think. Okay. One of the issues here, well, I'll go on. All right. So just to give you an example here. Okay. Just to give you an example. This is kind of an image that helps me understand what postmodernism is more. So the pre-modern period, before the quote-unquote Enlightenment, all right, there was this idea that God put things are the way they are because that's the way God made them, and that's where they are. Okay, so like because God put it there, that's the way it is, and that's the way it always has been. Okay, so that's before the modern period. It was sort of this stagnant sense that everything is here because God put it here, and since God wouldn't lie to us, everything we see through our senses must be true and put there by God. Okay, and that change can't really happen because God is the one who would have to change it. The modern period then changed and said, no, you can go onwards and upwards with inevitable progress. We can improve things. We can learn things. Things can change. Okay. And then you get to the postmodernism. You can see the image here is just a bunch of random letters, as in nothing. There is no inevitable progress. There is no such thing as discovering truth. Everything is just a new system of truth and a new system of power. And this is where I start to have issues, because by this formulation, folks, according to postmodernists, let's say if you have a slave society where you have enslavers and enslaved people, that would be just a different system of power to, like, I don't know, capitalism, or to a society, a socialist society, or whatever it may be. It's not that one is better than the other or one is less oppressive. There are different forms. They're just different forms with different systems of oppression. Okay? And now you think I sound crazy there, but that is sort of the natural conclusion if you look deeply into postmodernist thinking, is that every system is a system of power, and every system is unfair, and you can't really differentiate between them because they're all oppressive in some way. All right? Like I said before, yeah, everything is a prison. Correct, Lacroix, and that is actually pretty much what Foucault said, which is what I'm going to show here in a second. And remember what I said, guys. Most of these thinkers were armchair theorists. They didn't really think about reality at the ground. Their whole project was to dismantle systems of authority and power without really seeing how people are affected by those systems. You see what I mean? And I don't know about you, but yeah, I think there are definitely systems of power out there, and I think it's inevitable that there will be systems of power. The issue is which systems of power are more harmful or less harmful. Okay? You see what I mean? Because I think that slavery is a more harmful system than, like, socialism, okay? Or, you see what I mean? Okay, yeah, Weird Morphous Blob. I don't even particularly agree that every system is oppressive. It's just very different. Correct, Weird Morphous Blob. But they think that, like, they don't consider the fact that how it affects human beings. Like, obviously, every system has some degree of oppression, but like anyway, this is complicated. I shouldn't say my own personal opinion on this, so let's go on. I want to talk briefly. Okay, I want to talk briefly about one of these thinkers in particular who is particularly interesting, and his name is Michel Foucault. Wake up, Dolly boy. Okay, wake up. All right, I know you're bored, but wake up, Dolly boy. Let's talk about Michel Foucault. All right, Paul-Michel Foucault, who was kind of an interesting guy. Paul Squaw. Foucault was an interesting guy. He was gay, and he went to, I'm telling you about him because he's one of the most important thinkers of postmodernism, And his life story is very important for understanding why he approached things the way he did. He was gay and he went to Jesuit university and high school. He was very much wealthy. His family was wealthy, although he tried. How dare you, Sir Bart? Guys, just listen. I think you'll like it. Please listen. How dare you, Sir Bart? Okay. And so he felt very oppressed. And he also, by the way, ended up feeling ended up realizing that he loves sadomasochism. Okay. And yet he was very oppressed and he couldn't express his sadomasochistic sexual desires and he couldn't express that he was gay. And so he started really hating any system of authority that was holding him back from being himself. And that led him to really start looking into every kind of system of authority imaginable and just dismantling it in sort of a nihilistic way. Okay, I know that sounds strange, but that is important for his story. That he was, I mean, it's strange for me to bring it up, but he was very into sadomasochism, and and his homosexuality was a big part of what inspired him to do this stuff. And he ended up at one point in his life, he was at a party, an S&M party, and he did a bunch of drugs, and then he tried to drive, and he got into an accident, and he almost died. And during that accident, he had an experience, sort of an life after death sort of experience that convinced him that death doesn't really matter. And so we might as well, it became his sort of life goal to just dismantle every sort of system of authority and point out how everything is just oppressive all the time. Okay, humans are oppressed by everything all the time. And so right, okay, so he was an interesting character. And he wrote several books that are actually really good, okay? And I'm bringing them up specifically because he did some history. It's more philosophy than history, but I have referenced these books before, but you don't know it. And he was a postmodernist. So, for example, one of them was Madness and Civilization. And he's the one that brought up the fact that we think today that we treat mentally ill people better than they were taught back in the day. But he brought up a bunch of examples in Madness and Civilization where that is not true. Where actually, in a lot of times and places, mentally ill people were treated better than they are today. Okay? Like, in many times and places, mentally ill folks were treated like they were touched by the gods, as in they had been blessed. And so they were honored members of the community. And so that idea that like modernism and like science and rationality and medicalizing mental health treatment is more civilized isn't necessarily true. Okay. And we've talked about this before, right? He also wrote a book called Punish and Discipline. Okay. Discipline and Punish, excuse me, where he talked about the history of discipline and punishment in societies. Okay. And he's the one that talked about how it used to be that the governments would publicly punish people by executing them or torturing them, which would make it very clear that the government was actually punishing people. Now what we do is we take away people's freedom and we punish them in private. Okay, so we throw them into prisons where the government can punish people without the gaze of the public. By gaze, I mean Gaze, which in some ways is worse. Because now the government can punish people without the populace seeing it and pushing back on them for it. Okay, so he tries to upend these ideas of like progress through time, and in some ways he's right. In other ways, I slightly disagree with this. I don't know about you, but I would rather not be publicly tortured and executed. This is debatable, okay? Thank you, Matt Saigai. Thank you so much, Matt Saigai, for all those gifted memberships. Really, thank you, okay? So that's one example, all right? And he had a lot of ideas like this. But ultimately, he also, by the way, wrote a book called on the history of sexuality, which he didn't get to finish, where he talked about, which I really like, where he talked about how like different sexualities, gender expressions, and sexual practices have been demonized throughout history or promoted depending on the time period, and that all this idea about sex and sexuality is socially constructed. And he said that in a lot of ways, we have ruined sex by medicalizing it. It is no longer this sacred thing, this act that's done for fun or entertainment or just because you want to do it. It's now this medicalized and boring thing. Okay. So like, which has taken away some of the joy of it. Um, yeah, right, Lamira. Okay. Um, Lamira, what? Oh, sorry. We're let's see here, Sir Bart. What does that mean? So, like, as in, he felt that modern day sex has been sexualized. I mean, has been, excuse me, medicalized. It's more about like, make sure you wear a condom, make sure you don't get a sexually transmitted disease. Here's some Viagra. Make sure you're healthy about it. Okay. Here's the healthy way to do it. Okay, and it's which takes away some of the joy and stuff from it. Personally, I don't fully agree with that. I mean, I think we are taught that, but in a lot of ways, we still, on an individual basis, find joy in it, don't we? And we can kind of make it sacred in our own ways. But again, these ways of thinking are interesting, and I give him a lot of credit. Do you see what I mean? I'm trying not to be biased here. Do we like some of how he's thinking here, right? Okay. So those are some examples of how he is thinking. One of the problems with Foucault, though, is that he would admit this. He would cherry pick historical examples to fit his narrative and would not do real history. Okay? So like he would not look at what happened in context of the past. He would just find a historical example that fit his narrative and then shove it in there. That's what she said. But that sort of oversimplifies his view of how mental health was done in the past. Okay. Like, guys, a lot of times they would just kill you if you were mentally ill in the past. Like, if you, they would say that you were possessed by a demon or other things. So, like, he makes it seem like it was universally better in the past. No. Okay. Or like when he talks about discipline and punishment and how we do it like we punish people now indoors so that it can't be seen. Well, yeah, in some places in the world though, that is much better. Like if you go to a Scandinavian country, their prisons are far less authoritarian than ours are, and I would much rather be in one of those prisons than be tortured or publicly executed, okay? So he oversimplifies things. But I do think a lot of his work is deeply important, and I think it's very good to think of his work when it comes to colonization and how dominant narratives and ideas of knowledge can oppress people who have different sets of values than ours, right? You see what I mean? Um, okay, so that is postmodernism in a nutshell, and I think Foucault is a good example of this. There are other thinkers. By the way, real fast, just to show you what I meant here when he talks about sexuality, he famously said the soul is the prison of the body, as in our ideas of morality and knowledge and medicine and mental illness uh, basically bind us, prevent our bodies from experiencing true pleasure and liberating ourselves. And I got to tell you, that definitely comes from his personal experience. Like I said, he was an extreme sadomasochist and gay man, and he felt he wanted to liberate people to experience bodily pleasure. So a lot of his work is about sexuality and things like that. Okay. All right. So what are some? So that is postmodernism. Now, what guy? You're right, actually, Paul Squat, and he ended up dying. He ended up dying of HIV. He ended up dying of AIDS. Okay, he did. Um, I know. So Mayflower Kid, good question. So what are some of the flaws in sort of viewing the world this way? Viewing it as completely relative, viewing it as, you know, every system is equally is oppressive. There's not really a difference between different systems. They're just different forms of oppression. And like there isn't really a truth you can discover. All truth is relative. What are some issues with this that we can think of? I mean, just think about it. What are some issues here? Anyone have any ideas? I can think of some. I want to see what you guys say here, okay? Because, yeah, what do we think? Yeah, Lemire, there's a lack of nuance. Yeah, oh, I know. That's fair, Liquid Out. Yeah, a bright love. Okay. I got to tell you, so one of the things that bothers me is I'm a humanist, right? Exactly, Mayflower Kid. It is simply a fact, guys, that people these days live longer than they used to. They're healthier than they used to be in most places in the world. Okay. People don't die. The deaths that people die aren't nearly as slow and painful as they used to be. Now, obviously, I'm not talking universally, but people live longer. We have more treatment for health. Okay. Um, people are like doing a lot better in a lot of places than they used to be. People aren't suffering nearly as much in some places as they used to be. I feel like to kind of it kind of gets rid of how people are affected directly by these systems, okay, or by these ideologies. As a matter of fact, like Foucault might say that the Middle Ages was a better time to live, or was just as bad of a time to live as like modern day. And yeah, in some ways maybe, but like there are legitimate material realities that are different, that you can't ignore. Uh, and it just kind of, to me, gets rid of a lot of human suffering and a lot of benefits that people have gotten over time. Um, yeah, okay, and also it ignores truth, in my opinion, and that's the whole point. But Darwinian evolution has tons of data to back it up. And so if we just dismiss that and say that's equally as reasonable as like creationism or something, to me, it really stunts the ability to make change and to improve things and to help humanity. You see what I mean? Um, but again, it's problematic. Yeah, and exactly, Gwen. He was gay, but he was very wealthy and he was white. And that's one of the things that bothers me too. He did not understand the effect of these things for people on the ground. Okay. Like, it's very easy for him to say that like the Middle Ages was just a different system of, or like slavery was just a different system of exploitation, when he didn't have to live in that time and didn't have to live modern times as an impoverished person. So it's just something to think about. It is an interesting approach and we can learn a lot from it. Um, Yeah, maligning the progress that has been made is a bit oppressive. Agreed, Lamira. But at the same time, and this is why it's interesting, like it is true that these ideologies oppress people who don't believe them. Do we think, guys, that in some ways, um, so he viewed any kind of oppression as bad, I should say, any kind of power is bad. In my idea, guys, is that every human society has had some kind of hierarchy or oppression. Let me explain. Uh, PDF files. Okay, I'm going to try to avoid saying the real word because feel like I keep getting people out of here by saying the real word. PDF files. They are oppressed in our society. They are low down on the hierarchy. They are imprisoned if they assault children. That is a form of power. Okay. And the ancient Greeks had a different system of power whereby it was sort of, that's true, Sir Bart, not in America. Good point, Sir Bart. Not in America, by the way. We love those kind of people here, okay? As I said, guys, that is a fundamental American value, assaulting children, fundamental American value. God bless this country. We need to have that written on the base of the Statue of Liberty, okay? According to Foucault, that's just a different system of power. And I guess that's right, but at the same time, I feel like it's a lot worse I think it's better to oppress PDF files than it is to oppress children in that way. You see what I mean? And I get that is a culturally relative idea of mine, I guess, but I feel like I can provide evidence that shows that it traumatizes children and it's bad to society. There you go, Bright Love. Bring me your weary and huddled masses so that I may assault their children. God bless America. Exactly. I agree. Okay. God bless this country. Freedom and democracy for pedophiles. Okay. So, yeah. So there you go. Yeah, we do. We do need an amendment to codify the pedophilia. Obviously, I mean it's a fundamental American value at this point. Don't you dare clip that, okay, Brightlove. I'm kidding. Okay. Oh, by the way, Brightlove, I sent you a message in Discord. I just want to let you know. I don't know if I told you that, but okay. What was I going to say? Okay, so anyway, that's postmodernism. And do we see what I mean? That I have some issues with it. And by the way, there are conservatives who, yeah, oh, you're right. That is true, Weirdomorphous Blob. He signed a letter arguing that they should lower the age of consent. Yeah. Yeah, and I actually forgot about that, which proves my point. And I want to be clear, guys. This sounds dark. I'm not saying this because he's gay. He signed that letter for ideological reasons. He himself was not a PDF file. I know that's hard to believe when I say that, but he did it for ideological reasons because he had this weird obsession with any system of power, including ones that oppressed pedophiles. So he signed it because he's like, I need to liberate everyone everywhere. And that's what was kind of weird about it. Okay, is like he really didn't care about the specifics of any group he was trying to assist with their liberation of, if that makes sense. Okay. Exactly. Well, yes, sir. No, Sir Bar. I'm like literally though. If you read his writings and stuff, he always was with adult men, and he has lots of writings with it. But he basically was a PDF file, like because he defended them. I guess that kind of makes you one. But that shows you how like the ideology is messed up. Okay. Is lower age of consent? Well, Reb and Barry, I will say it is a postmodern position to say that the demonization of PDF files or of that is culturally relative and is a form of oppression that ought to be dismantled. So yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Sir Bart. Well, but yeah, that's fair, Sir Bart. We can debate that. So anyway, it's just kind of weird to me. Okay. And I don't like a lot of it. And by the way, guys, you know, one of the big, I'm going to put my face up. One of the big things that fascists believe, at least German fascists and sometimes in Italian fascists to some extent, is the rejection of the Enlightenment. Okay. The idea that think about Trump and think about the Nazis. They didn't care about truth. It was all about creating their own reality. And to them, the idea was it doesn't matter what reality is. What matters is what we say reality is and the reality we create. So there's some weird overlap between like the this sounds like I'm just saying this arbitrarily, between like postmodernist ideas and some fascist ways of thinking. And I'm not saying they are the same, but there are. Okay. The idea that you know, regardless of what the scientific truth is or whatever, okay, what matters is the reality you've created. Yeah, they don't care about facts. Exactly right, Mayflower Kid. Okay, because to them, truth is relative. So this is complicated. Yeah. Okay. No, you're right, Gwen. So the age of consent in the UK is 16. But yeah, postmodernist guys, I would have no doubt many of them would argue there shouldn't be an age of consent. But anyway, I think that's, but I don't have evidence of that. But that would be a natural outcome of thinking that way. Okay. So anyway, you see what I mean? Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go, Oz. See, speaking as a CSA survivor who reported their abuser to no less than 6 different law enforcement agencies, accusers are punished more than abusers. Correct, Oz. They are. All right, they are. So, okay. Yeah, Lacroix, really, I'd love if you could post one of those. Lacroix says, I've watched some pretty good videos about how the Trump administration is postmodernist. Yeah, okay. And that might be a bit of an exaggeration because Foucault wouldn't have liked the Trump administration. Foucault didn't like anything. That's the point about Foucault, folks. Foucault was a nihilist who didn't like anything. By the way, one of his biggest intellectual inspirations was Nietzsche. And he thought that nothing meant anything and that there is no good system of power. Everything is a form of oppression. Okay. So he wouldn't have liked the Trump administration, but the Trump administration does do a lot of sort of post things like that. Okay. Exactly. Exactly, Redmond Barry. There are complex arguments linking postmodernism and Nietzsche to far-right ideas. Correct. Okay. Now, a lot of the far-righters misunderstood Nietzsche, but yes, there are. Okay. All right. Norman, you say where I live, PDF hunts happen all the time. If someone over 20 dates a 16-year-old, it would not end well. We have to create yeah, Norman. Yeah. Okay. Weirdomorphous Blob. It also just reminds me of my autism. because of my autism, reminds me of an old epistemological debate with Marxism. And I remember way back when I read Lenin's, yes, freedom over blob. Can I also point something out? Yeah, no, that Sir Bart, that's fine. But like he takes it to an extreme. And that's what annoys me, Sir Bart. Like the Nazis did too. The Nazis and Foucault took Nietzsche and sort of distorted him because Nietzsche comes to a different conclusion. And let me point out, guys, this is my idea. Human beings as animals always create systems of authority, okay? Like chimpanzees do the same thing. They always have some sort of hierarchy. I'm not saying that doesn't mean that I know there's anarchists out there who disagree with this. And we always have some sort of ideology, some sort of system of hierarchy. What matters is that we can choose to create those, right? We can make ones for ourselves. We don't have to be constrained. We can make our own systems of hierarchy and make our own systems of ideology and things like that. Nietzsche never said no ideologies mean anything and therefore everything is bad. He said liberate yourself from the ideologies you've been taught and then create your own. All right. So that's what nihilism really is. At least Nietzschean nihilism is that we have been liberated to create our own ideologies. And that's okay because old ideologies are made up anyway. So not just say no to every ideology. Does that make sure? Yeah, you're right, a bright love. And I know anarchists out there may disagree with me. But like ever since hunter-gatherers were the dominant force, we've always had some kind of hierarchy. In some scenarios, we can have a lot less hierarchy. All right. You need the power to maintain it against others. Yeah, Paul Squaw. So this is complicated. When we can debate this. Mayflower Kid, yeah, but see, Mayflower Kid, that is what Foucault would say. Foucault would say we have the power to make our own systems of oppression. Yeah. Okay. All right. Like right now, we oppress murderers. We oppress PDF files. Like, think about it. That's what that is. I know we don't like using that language, which is one of Foucault's point, but it's the same thing. All right. Paul Squat. Norman, would you say you're an anarchist or sympathize with nihilism? So Norman, I would say this is hard. I don't really like to define myself. I'm a socialist. I agree with a lot. I just said a whole bunch. I agree with a lot of anarchist thinking when it comes to government and power systems. I would like as much liberty for everyone as possible, but I also think that it is impossible to have a perfectly anarchist society. Okay, so I like a lot of anarchist ideas, and I think overall, though, communism is basically an anarchist system to some extent, like in the form that Marx envisioned it. Kind of. This is complicated, but yeah, I do think that there will. I don't think it's possible really to have a completely anarchist system. This is complicated, but yeah. And yes, I would say I do like Nietzsche's idea of nihilism. I do. And I've actually done streams on it before. But I don't want to let's put it that way. I do because I'm an atheist, and I think Nietzsche actually offers a pretty good view in terms of we can liberate ourselves from overarching ideologies and create our own. And I think that we can create really good ideologies that way. We don't have to be limited by religion or anything like that. This is complicated. We can debate this stuff. There are also some issues with Nietzsche, so I'm not like completely a follower. Anyway, okay, yeah, I agree, Liquid Alcorn. Okay, let's see here. Yes, Paul Squaw. I think it's easy to go a long way. I agree, Paul Squaw. And I let's put it this way. I agree with anarchism ideologically. I don't, but my pragmatic side thinks that is so far away that I shouldn't even really think about it. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. But I love dismantling hierarchies, and you guys know I am all about questioning authority figures. All right. All right, Lemire. Thank you, Lemire, very much. Okay. I like this presentation. I'm so glad. Okay, sure, J-Mac. So that's my thought. And I do love okay, bye-bye, Lacroix. I'll talk about how learning about postmodernism today scarred me. I'm sorry, Lacroix. Yeah, so Sir Bart, there have been some what I would call successful anarchist societies, but they're typically very short term. We could even say that hunter-gatherers were kind of anarchic societies. but modern day anarchic societies are almost impossible. And if they do exist, they exist very short periods of time. We can debate, we can talk about this more, but I love anarchist ideals. Um, because like mutual aid is a big anarchist thing. Anarchists have a lot of great ideas. And I will say, guys, okay, I know this is going to, I know that, no, Matt Saigai. Yeah, and guys, for the anarchists out there, I love you. You're lefties. Okay, we agree on practically everything. But one of my complaints, by the way, guys, if you want to hear my complaint where I side with anarchists, is that um, a lot of like some socialists seem to have almost a blind obedience to certain states and the state, okay, that I don't like. Because the states can be oppressive, whether they're socialist or not socialist. The state can be very oppressive. It doesn't matter if it's socialist, capitalist, you know what I mean? So, and I know we have, there's some MLs in here. And for the MLs in here, I love you dearly. You know I do. But there are some MLs who have trouble understanding that states can be oppressive, even if they're socialist. And that has been an issue that I get annoyed with, okay? But I get it. That I think a lot of anarchists do understand, all right? Nightfall means a Marxist-Leninist. And that does not mean that I don't like Marxist-Leninists. I like a lot of Marxist. I like Marx and I like Lenin and stuff. But I have some issues with that. But again, I don't have a monopoly on truth in this regard. Okay. So, yeah, you're right, Liquid Alcorn. Anyway, guys, yeah, the human race doesn't having a society go against the idea of a society. I'm not sure so a society is different from a state, Norman, if that's what you mean. Human beings have had society since the beginning of time, but having a state or like a hierarchy of governance is different from a society. Anarchists are typically pro-society and anti-state, if that makes sense. Exactly, Weird Amorphous Blob. And I don't want to give the impression that I think that of all MLs or even most MLs, but that's why I get sometimes annoyed when I act like I don't like MLs, because I've had bad experiences with some MLs, and it annoys me because anyway. Okay. Norman, I meant against anarchism. I'm not sure, Norman. I'm not sure what you're asking. Forgive me. All right, guys. Do we get that? I'm sorry. I know I'm kind of babbling on here. Okay, Oxpecker. All right, they'd be like, how dare you imply that you might be dissing my hypothetical state? That I know, Oxpecker, you're right, okay. Yes, they did. Yes, exactly, Redmond Berry. So the Spanish anarchists were pretty cool. I like the Spanish anarchists. There were problems there. But yeah, okay. They got hung up on whether they should abolish money first or the government. Ultimately, it was an error of judgment. And because they couldn't fight back against the fascists or the nationalists very well with this massively decentralized state. And they collapsed pretty quickly. All right, you guys. So, great conversation. Oh, okay. And oh, Jonas, did you give me bits? I'm sorry, Jonas. Did I miss it? Forgive me, Jonas. Jonas, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I missed that. I was so into the conversation. Thank you very much, Jonas. Okay, for the 300 bits. Okay. What am I going to say here? All right. So there we go, guys. That is the presentation on postmodernism. I think we had a great debate about anarchism and things like that. I love anarchism generally. We're all lefties in the end, okay? No lefty fighting in this server. Only I'm allowed to do lefty infighting, okay? All right. Okay. All right, you guys. So what else we got here? How's everyone doing out there? Exactly, Weird Amorphous Blob, exactly. And those that don't Weird Amorphous Blob, you know this fail, which is interesting to me, okay? Okay. Yeah. So this isn't a safe place for MAGA? If they want to sit quietly in the background, yes, it's safe for them. Okay, I'm just kidding, Norman. I actually would love to have some MAGA folks in here, folks. I'd like respectful ones, as if that would exist. Maybe not. Maybe I don't want that. I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing. Maybe I don't know if I do want that. Okay. By the way, I was looking for previous stream on Nazi Indo-Aryan ideas. Oh, do you want me? I don't remember which one that was, Jonas. I need to find a better way I need to find a better way of organizing my past streams so that I can have an archive of all the topics I've covered. Let's see here. By the way, I was looking for a previous stream on Nazi Indo-Aryan ideas. Um, yes, I'll try to find it for you, Jonas. There are a lot. Okay, so let's go on here. Let's go on. All right, so let's see what we got. So there's our little story. Now, guys, I know that last week we didn't do a Kahoot. I failed to do my Kahoot. Okay, I know I failed to do my Kahoot because I had the stream with John Vibes and stuff, our anarchist friend. And but we will definitely do a Kahoot this week on Friday. And who knows, maybe postmodernism will be covered on that Kahoot. We'll talk about the sadomasochist Foucault. I'll show pictures. Okay, that was gross. I'm sorry. That was weird. Yes, Norman, exactly. Every 2 weeks we do a Kahoot on all the stuff I've covered, and it's fun. And then the person who wins always ends up getting crowned the King of Fools. Yes, Gwen, you're right. You're right. You are technically still the queen, Gwen. Oxpecker, if you want a conversation like that, then either multi-stream on here and kick, or just reach out to Dylan Burns. Oh, a conversation like what, Oxpecker? For what? Okay. So let's go on, guys. Let's see what else we got. I do have some videos I wanted to show you. Some cute stuff on YouTube. With MAGA? Oh, I don't know if I want to argue with MAGA, to be honest. I would lose my patience, but I'm better now. If they're teenagers, I can argue with teenagers easily. All right, I'm used to arguing with teenagers. I know that sounds weird, but we'll see. Okay, it sounds like I want to argue with someone but I was as a teacher, I'm so used to arguing with teenagers. Okay, all right. Exactly, Sir Bar. Unless, like, that's on, like, if it's a teenager, maybe, but, like, I think they would be a brick, even more of a brick wall, especially online. They wouldn't want to be humiliated. Yeah, but you're right, Norm. Okay. Is crime think good? Crime or I don't know, to be honest, Rebin. You're right in your groove. Okay. So I teach them. I know, right? Okay, let's see here.
Why is Blackstone targeting new
whatever. Okay. Daddy Fox Emblem might be upset. Okay. Let's see here. What? How dare you know what? How dare you? Oh my god, you are already making Super Creeper Bat want to leave. How dare you, Super Creeper Bat, abandon me? Okay, you get a bonk. How dare you, Super Creeper Bat? You're fitting in way too well by defying my authority. Shame on you, Super Creeper Bat. Okay. You all are converting Super Creeper Bat against me. How dare you? Okay, moving on, right? So, okay. Let's see here. So I thought, okay, before we... Let me show you guys... Let me show you some quick little fun things, I guess you could say. These are some palate cleansers before we get back to some serious stuff, okay? Some palate cleansers. How dare you, Jonas? You're right, he doesn't invoke it, he just has it because he's rich. All right. Okay. So this is okay. This is someone sent this to me from YouTube, by the way, guys. If you like you should join our community. Our Discord community is linked at the top of both the YouTube chat and the Twitch. I'm sorry, Gwen. That's okay. I hope you feel better. Linked at the top of the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat is a link to our Discord. Please join our Discord. And if you do join our Discord, you can send videos for me to react to in the reactions channel. All right. You can send things for me to react to. All right. Thank you, Matt Saigai. And by the way, guys, let me know if the link doesn't work. Sometimes it just stops working for some reason, and then I will send you a new one. If the Discord link doesn't work, let me know. Yes, I do, Matt Saigai. I definitely do. I need to create more rewards. So, guys, here we have a short. Someone sent me. Who sent me this? Does anyone? Is anyone? The person who sent this to me in here? Okay, I'm sorry, Gwen. Is the person that sent this to me in here? Evolution is stumped by this question. Regardless, let's watch it. It should just be kind of fun, and I'm excited to watch it, all right? I hope. I don't know what it's going to be.
Do you believe all of God's teachings from the Old Testament, or do you take them as less?
Well, a bright love. I actually already am standing. I got a standing desk, so I'm standing. Look at this. I'm standing. Look how lovely I am standing. Standing. Okay, I don't know why I danced, but yes, I'm standing right now. But thank you, bright love.
Sins to be taken further into the New Testament.
Yes, I believe all the scriptures inspired by God, just like the Bible says.
Ooh, that's kind of dark. That's kind of dark. So does she think that the kind of dark parts of the Bible are inspired by God? Like, when he orders genocide and he tells the Israelites to kill the men and women and then take the virgins for yourselves, which is very obvious what he means by that. I don't. What about when God kills the entire planet by flooding it? You say, what about what about that too? What about the stuff where there's family members doing shit together? Anyway, so that's cute. That's cute. I just wanted to point out, I don't know if I'd want to say that I believe it completely. Probably, Norman, basically. So
no evolution for you.
Wait, and I don't mean this in a judgmental way. You do not believe in evolution.
No.
And case in point.
I'm feeling judgmental.
So you believe in evolution?
Yes.
Because I'm not Foucault.
Where did it start?
It started with Luca, last universal common ancestor.
So where did Luca come from?
And that's a great question. Luca was...
Oh my God, okay. First of all, this is Mardi Gras, and she's probably been drinking, so she's not going to be the best at answering these, but she shouldn't have seemed confused, oh, well, Luca came from...
The beauty of all of the evolution, things like hydrogen, helium, oxygen, carbon, all these things continued to build until they managed, and I'm not disagreeing that God had a part in this.
So Luca, you said there was helium and different atoms and things that came together. Where did those come from? For them to then come together and form Luca?
None of us are denying that God formed that.
Evolution isn't the creation of something from nothing. Evolution is the creation from something before it.
If God can create helium and oxygen and hydrogen and set evolution, why not just accept what's written in the scriptures that God just made everything at once?
All right, I'm not sure what...
I don't even know what to say. All right. That was a weak person to debate. Jonas says, can we please just stop? Sorry, 1 second, Jonas. I just lost what you said there. Can we please just stop using religion to infringe on people's rights? 100%, Jonas. And you guys know I make fun of religious folk. I make fun of some of the thoughts. I look fun of some of the ideologies, but religious people are human beings. And obviously religion needs to be if you believe something religious, please just keep it to yourself. And if you don't like gay people, then don't be gay. Right. I guess if you don't if you don't like gay sex, don't get into bed with your buddy and then do it together, okay? If you don't like gay marriage, don't get married to a man or a woman, depending on, or whatever it is. So, yeah, agreed. At the same time, religious people are human beings, and, can we also not kill them, slaughter them, like we do in the Middle East to Muslims, okay? It doesn't justify anything. All right. And guys, one of the things I will say I do like about Foucault is this kind of proves his point, right? If we think people are inferior because they believe a certain way, that becomes a system of power that can be used to demonize them and mistreat them. And I know that this is complicated, but they should still be treated like human beings. And honestly, yeah, people, I disagree with a lot of religious beliefs. That is so down on the list below them being human. You see what I mean? Like a person being human. I only care about your humanity. And then the other stuff I can work with. Okay, if that makes sense. Okay, anyway. All right. So let's go on here. So this is another comedy thing that I was sent. Another comedy thing that I was sent. I don't know what this guy is. So this is the Iran ceasefire explained. Who sent this to me? Demons or angels and yeah, okay. Okay, so I don't know who this is. This is going to be another palate cleanser, I think. It looks like it's going to be funny, so let's watch.
All right, I'm not sure why we're all still having trouble with this. Let's try it again from the top. This is a victory for the U.S. because our goal from day one was for Iran to open the strait that didn't close till after we attacked, which was completely controlled by their military we had total dominance over. And it was a waterway that we could have taken over, but instead asked for help that we didn't need, but we'll remember that our allies did not give us. All because of the negotiating power of a FIFA Peace Prize recipient's threat to annihilate a civilization in order to liberate them from a regime that changed, which was not our goal, but we will take credit for, from an old man who hates us to his younger son who hates us for those reasons and that we killed his father. And while it is not clear the status of Iran's nuclear capabilities that we obliterated last year, but were going to be a problem in 2 weeks, one thing is for sure. They now have more money and control of the strait than they had when they made the old deal that we ended because it was terrible. Now, I think that is enough about authoritarian...
Hey, welcome back, accidents waiting to happen.
...in propagandistic regimes. Does anybody have any questions about the Trump Library golden statue?
These people... That's true. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Okay. Funny. Very funny. Yeah, well, you know, when you put it like that, okay, very funny. All right. So... Okay, so we have another kind of fun one, but I'm going to wait to do it so that we, you know, whatever the case may be, okay? Just because I want to. All right, so I thought it'd be fun to watch this. Now, I haven't seen it. I really want to get people's opinions out there. There's a lot of people here that aren't from the United States, and this is a video called "Why the Rest of the World Thinks Americans Are Brainwashed." And for those people, is it good, Lemira? I haven't seen it. So I would really like to watch this and kind of chat with you guys because I know, yeah, we are brainwashed, but like a lot of us are brainwashed. Not, a lot of the Americans in here aren't brainwashed. A lot of the Americans in here are, in fact, you know, have been sort of liberated of that brainwashing. But I am curious, especially people from all over the world, like if you do notice this. You're right, Paul Squat. People are brainwashed everywhere. I want to point that out. So yeah, but so let's just watch it. I am curious. Let's just see what they have to say.
Some wild propaganda that Americans are taught. And
okay.
There is some wild propaganda that Americans are taught and don't even
Good, J-Mac. That's my plan. I don't know the lyrics, but that's the Soviet national anthem, whatever.
Realize it's propaganda. Now, I should preface this by stating that I am an American. I love my country. My family goes all the way back to Jamestown.
Ew. I don't know if you want to brag about your family going back to Jamestown. Yeah, kind of big yikes there. Maybe, I don't know if you want to say you're proud. Maybe be like, yeah, my family goes back to Jamestown. I mean, I'm proud that we're no longer like that or something like that. But like, just don't boast about that, okay? Guys, I have family that were some of the original Puritans that came over here that were on the Mayflower. Okay, I'm like distantly related to some of the Puritans or some of the Pilgrims, and I'm not exactly going around bragging about it or saying that I'm happy about that, okay? I'm proud of later immigrants who escaped Germany and Italy that came here, I guess, for surviving by coming here, but like not, this is complicated, but like, okay, anyway, I'm not going to brag about the early ones, okay?
Grandfather fought in World War II. I was born in Los Angeles. I went to university in Texas. I was raised singing the Star-Spangled Banner and reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm about as American as it gets. Well, besides...
Sorry, real fast. That's interesting, Jonas. Jonas says, I blame the vocal minority via social/mainstream media, correct? And Jonas says, at one point, I thought Americans were psychos that like to shoot people and beat up black people. Yeah, I understand that, Jonas. And to be clear, we do have an issue with some of that, okay? But yeah, I get it, though. Obviously, yeah. Right.
It's these guys. But I've also spent the last decade studying cults, dogma, and religious extremism, and thought control. And as someone who has lived in over a dozen countries and traveled to more than 35 of them, I've started noticing some extremely troubling forms of propaganda that Americans are taught from childhood. Things that...
Oh, yeah, accident. Oh, my God, accidents. Yeah. So you were around. So accidents. Sorry, I keep pausing. Accidents Waiting to Happen says, I came from... Oh, was he being ironic, Redmond? Very possibly. Maybe I missed it. Accidents Waiting to Happen says, I came from the duck and cover generation. Oh, isn't that great? Accidents Waiting to Happen. Don't you love hiding underneath a desk? Because surely that'll save you from a nuclear explosion, especially if you're in Boston, I'm sure. Okay. Sir Bart, I love it.
That people in free developed democratic countries overseas find absolutely bizarre, and things that most Americans never question, because we've been marinating in it since birth. And look, every country has its own brand of propaganda. I'm not trying to pretend that America is uniquely evil here, but what makes American propaganda so effective is that most of us don't even realize it exists. We think that propaganda is something that happens in North Korea or Soviet bases, posters of dictators and state-controlled media. We don't recognize it when it's sung at football games and printed on a bumper sticker. So here are 7 forms.
One of the things that bothers me about American propaganda, and this happens in a lot of so-called democracies, okay, even we're not really a democracy, but is that we, like the American people themselves, propagandize to each other. Americans all have American flags up. Americans are always putting up their own propaganda that reinforce the propaganda. It's sort of I guess it's what's the term? It's a crowdsourced propaganda a lot of times, okay? We propagandize ourselves a lot of the time. Yeah, it's very subtle. It's so subtle, it's a part of the culture. Correct, Sir Barton. It's the same thing with corporate advertising. Corporate advertising is so subtle that it has become part of our culture. We wear shirts, we wear clothing. Like, let me show you guys to give you an example. Like, for example, we have a lot of shirts, okay? We have a lot of shirts. Like a lot of shirts that we were like, I'm just trying to, this shirt is turned inside out, okay? A lot of the, yes, I know you can make fun of me. It's a Sailor Moon shirt. Aaron really, I will watch occasionally. I will watch Sailor Moon with Aaron. Don't judge me, okay? Don't judge me. This, like, here we have, this is like a Sailor Moon shirt, right? It's a Sailor Moon shirt, but it is basically an ad for watching Sailor Moon. Okay, I know, right? But it's basically an ad for Sailor Moon, okay? It is an ad. We wear advertisements on our body all the time. That is a form of corporate propaganda, okay? That is a form of corporate propaganda, and we all cover ourselves. Americans are literally giant walking billboards. A lot of us are. I have a shirt that I don't wear in public. I don't wear that shirt in public. I also don't wear, I have a shirt that has like a Blue Moon Beer Company logo on it. Like, it's, so we do propagandize, we put propaganda on our bodies, okay? We're like walking billboards for propaganda. And then we export anyway. Okay, yes, Sailor Moon. All right, moving on. Sailor Moon, guys, Sailor Moon makes me happy. Sailor Moon makes me happy. Because, you know, it's like the one thing that's happy and isn't bad and makes me happy. Okay, and then we have here, let's see here. China, oh, Mayflower Kid. China's tanker, Rich Starry, had to turn around from the U.S. blockade. Oh, great, fun. Okay, true. Okay, so you're right. Real Seth actually. Oh, hello, Brucey. Yeah, it is. It's Japanese propaganda, but it's still propaganda. It's like corporate propaganda to make you watch it. But anyway, exactly. You're right, Fetty. American personalities are built around products, okay? Like products, franchises, and things like that. Okay, moving on. Let's continue.
Forms of propaganda that you probably didn't even realize that you grew up with if you're an American. Number 1, US-centric education. American history is extraordinarily short. We are talking a few centuries compared to civilizations that span millennia. And yet, if you grew up in an American public school, you would think that the United States was the center of human history. Yeah, geography classes often aren't taught at all, and world history courses, when they are taught...
Yeah, so, okay, that's not really true. Okay, I will say this. We do have geography classes in the United States, but they're not separate from social studies. Typically, you learn geography in grade school. You learn it in grade school, like you have to memorize. Okay, for the Americans out there, who here did have to memorize like all the countries of Africa or Asia or North and South America, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? So if you look at those, yeah, we do learn some geography, but we do it when we're really young and we don't go very much in depth, and it's typically just memorization, which means you forget it almost immediately after you learn it. It is very problematic. So, uh, you really, Lemire? So you didn't do any geography? Interesting. Okay, I've been in 3 states. I've been in 3 states, and most of them, well, I don't know. Some of them you had to memorize things, but then you would never remember it after that. Anyway, okay, interesting. You had a standalone geography class? That's amazing, Alyssa. So I would always, a lot of times, guys, I would have to reteach geography to high schoolers because they wouldn't know what I was talking about. So I would do geography alongside history, and then they would get mad at me. They're like, this is so much work. This is so much work. I'm like, you work harder. I'm going to send you to detention. Shut up. I'm in charge here. Okay, I wanted to actually do that, but whatever.
Are basically, how does the rest of the planet relate to America? The Vietnam War is taught as a war for freedom. Westward expansion is framed as brave pioneers taming a wild frontier, not as the systematic displacement and genocide of indigenous peoples who've been living there for thousands of years.
Oh, yes. Yes. Watch the old, I think I did a reaction video to this very early on. I did a reaction to this, news trouble in the Vatican. What is this, Nightfall? Very early on in my streaming, I reacted to a Schoolhouse Rock video that was an American piece of propaganda talking about how there was no one out west, and that the colonists just needed some elbow room, so they moved out west and took all that empty land and turned it and then colonized it. Yeah, empty land, my ass. Okay.
Years. World War II, Americans swoop in and save the day, with little mention of the roughly 27 million Soviets who died on the Eastern Front doing the bulk of the fighting against Hitler.
We talked about this, okay?
Now, compare that to how other countries teach history. In much of Europe, kids actually learn global history. They study African kingdoms, Asian dynasties, Middle East.
Oh, God. No. You're not going to learn that in the United States. You're not going to learn about African kingdoms. You're not going to learn about ancient China. All right. No one knows about that shit. Okay. You will learn, what you'll learn is about ancient Mesopotamia and Babylon, which is a very, you learn about ancient Egypt, which is a very Western centric idea. There's this you presented this idea in world history in America that like Western European civilization started in the Middle East. And then suddenly you shift over to the Greeks and the Romans and then go into the Middle Ages. So it's like this line connecting ancient civilizations to modern European civilizations in America. Okay, so isn't that funny? That's typically how we're taught, okay, in America. So I would always have to supplement the curricula to talk about what else happened in Africa and what else happened in China and things like that. But it's hard. You don't have much time to, okay?
Contributions to science and mathematics. They learn about colonialism for what it actually is, not heroic adventure, but exploitation. When I talk to Americans who are traveling abroad for the first time, I'm often shocked at how little they know about the rest of the world. And that's not by accident. A nation which doesn't teach its citizens about the world produces citizens who don't question their own nation's role in it. Number 2, the Cold War binary. If you grew up in America anytime after 1950, you absorbed one of the most effective propaganda frameworks ever constructed. Communism equals evil, capitalism equals freedom. Full stop. No.
Okay. Yes. Yes. There is most history classes, literally in some states, they require that you teach about the flaws of communism or Soviet communism. You would literally be taught to, like, it's literally be in the curriculum, talk about the problems with communism and things like that. It doesn't say talk about the problems of capitalism. It'll just literally say the problems of communism and specifically Soviet communism. Now, there's a way to get around this. And this is what I would do. I had contacts with people who grew up in the Soviet Union. So I would actually have her come in, and especially one lady in particular, I actually have her come in and talk to the class about what it was like to live in the Soviet Union. And in that way, I'd be able to be like, kids, you can decide for yourselves. This is what capitalism is like in America, and this is what communism was like in the Soviet Union. And then she would come in and she would talk about the good things about it. She would talk about the bad things about it. and gave a more holistic point of view about these things. Okay. And a lot of kids came away being like, I didn't know that they had universal housing. I didn't know that like you could get healthcare anywhere, basically. Now, she would say things like, you would sometimes have to bribe the doctor to get better healthcare because there was a lot of corruption in that system. Not that there isn't in ours, but yeah. And she gives a more balanced perspective on this. And she often would say, like, you had to worry about a lot fewer things economically. Like, you don't have to worry about where you're going to live. You never see any homeless people. But then there are other things that you do have to worry about anyway. So that's the way to do it. Get someone to come in there and talk to them about it. And so it's not coming out of your mouth and they get to learn more. All right.
No nuance, no discussion, just a clean binary where one side wears white hats and the other side is a cartoon villain. What they don't teach you is that during the Cold War, the United States overthrew democratically elected governments.
Oh, yes. I got in trouble. So I'm sorry, I keep pausing this, but this is like triggering for me as a former teacher. I guess I still am a teacher technically, but I teach all of you. So I would do a project and I got in trouble for it once. But the principal ended up backing me, where I assigned each of my students a project. So they had to make a presentation talking about one government that the United States overthrew. So I assigned one kid the overthrow of Mossadegh. I assigned another kid the overthrow of Pinochet, the overthrow of Allende in Chile. I assigned another kid the overthrow of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and amongst other things. And then they each presented on it to the class. I know, and I got in trouble once. Okay, where like a parent complained, was saying that that the teacher hates America by doing this and wasn't giving a balanced perspective. Well, the administration was frustrated because they had to keep dealing. They had to deal with the parent, but the principal ended up saying, well, he didn't actually teach them. They taught themselves about these things. And it's part of the curriculum because it's about the Cold War. And it doesn't say, and that's what you could do, guys. You can use the curriculum as a shield. It was not part of the curriculum. There were some generalities in the curriculum you could fit it into. Okay. So I would do that. And they couldn't do anything about it. So you can use if you're clever. I'm not trying to self-promote here, but if you're clever, you can get around some of those barriers. And that worked. And they were frustrated, but they couldn't stop me.
Around the world simply because the governments leaned left. In 1953, the CIA helped orchestrate a coup against Iran's democratically elected prime minister, Mohammad Mossadegh, because he nationalized Iran's oil industry. In 1954, the U.S. toppled Guatemala's president, Arbenz, because his land reforms threatened the profits.
Weirdomorphous Blob, if you can answer, I'm curious how well the kids did at figuring out why. They did pretty well, Weirdomorphous Blob. It varied per kid. Some students just would find the wrong sources because they're teenagers. They wouldn't be perfect. So some of them would say it was because that regime was bad or whatever. But most of the time, like vast majority of the time, they came to the right conclusion and they found the evidence and they were like, oh, okay, I can see why we did this. Okay. Thank you, Matt Sci Guy. Okay. Toss the jester a coin. All right. Right. This is shocking, right? Atomic. Okay. So most of the time they did a great job. And I occasionally will get an email from a former student thanking me, or saying that like, there were some students who I wouldn't get along with because their families were conservative. And then I have like on 2 separate occasions gotten emails from those students saying, oh, now that I'm older, I see that you were right. And I'm like, thank you. Okay, anyway. All right, I'll stop.
Of United Fruit Company. In 1973, the CIA backed the overthrow of Chile's Salvador Allende, a democratically elected socialist, and replaced him with Augusto Pinochet, a brutal military dictator who tortured and murdered thousands. The Congo, Brazil, Indonesia, it's all the same playbook. America claimed to be defending democracy while systematically destroying it in order to exploit country after country. This all is recent history, and this binary thinking is still alive and well. If you suggest universal healthcare in America, watch how quickly someone calls you a communist. Propose free.
We can't afford that. Yeah, how are you going to pay for that, Bernie? How are you going to pay for that? How are you going to pay for that healthcare? Let's go to war with Iran. It'll cost billions of dollars. Do it. Kill them. Kill those children. Right? That's, I don't care how much it costs. Okay, you guys get it.
Free public university education, something that dozens of thriving democracies already provide, and suddenly you're a Marxist. The Cold War ended over 30 years ago, but the propaganda framework it built is still alive and kicking. If you want to start breaking free from propaganda, one of the most effective and powerful things that you can do is to expose yourself to other cultures, other perspectives, and other languages. My dad was a language teacher, and I grew up multilingual, and I can tell you firsthand that learning another language doesn't just teach you new words, it gives you an entirely different lens through which to view the world. Which is why I love today's sponsor, LingoPie.
Oh, shut up. I'm sorry. I love him. I'm sorry. I'm just mad at his sponsorship. All right.
Number 3, the land of the free myth. Americans are told from birth that the United States...
Well, he is a liar, J-Mac. Pinochet was a liar, so it makes sense you think of Pinocchio.
States is the freest country on earth. It's in the songs. It's on the bumper stickers. It's baked into the nation's identity so deeply that questioning it feels almost heretical.
Yes!
But is it true? Well, let's look at the data. On the Reporters Without Borders press freedom and...
Yeah, by the way, no, we're not exceptional in any way. There are a few ways that we're exceptional, guys, and they're not good. And even that, we're not 100% exceptional. For example, America is second only to Turkey in Western, I guess, in the global, what is it, the imperial core, I guess, is second only to Turkey in terms of the number of people that don't believe in evolution. We're also, I think, number 1 for the number of people that believe that angels are real. So yeah, America, number one believe that angels are real. I think also we're number, what is it called? Number 1 when it comes, we're definitely number 1 when it comes to military expenditure. So there you go, guys. There we go. Number 1, military expenditure. Number 1, belief in angels. And kind of near number 1, number of people who don't believe in evolution. Okay, that's good. There's some other ones too, I'm sure. I'm sure we're number 1 in some other horrible stuff. Probably number 1 number of children assaulted all the time. But again, that's just that's a standard American value. Okay, thank you, Super Creepbat. Number 1 in terms of number of people incarcerated. We have more people in prison than any other country on the planet. So there's that. Yay, America, right? God bless America. Okay, moving on.
The US doesn't crack the top 50. It ranks 57th in the world, just below Sierra Leone. On the Cato Institute's Human Freedom Index, and keep in mind, the Cato Institute is a libertarian think tank, not some leftist outfit, multiple countries outrank America in both personal and economic freedom. The United States incarcerates more people per capita than almost every other country on
oh, good, I love it. So he is going to talk about these things. Okay.
On the planet, more than China, more than Russia, Iran, or North Korea. The land of the free locks up more of its own citizens than almost every authoritarian regime on Earth. And a disproportionate number of them are...
But guys, China is bad. Right? Like, okay. I mean, we have a giant prison industrial not only that, at least, okay, this sounds dark. At least in North Korea, the prisons are run by the state. Here, we privatize it and profit off of it, right? So we have private prisons to make money off of imprisoning our people. I am not saying that. I am not saying that like North Korea is like an angelic state. I'm just saying, anyway, kind of cute. Isn't that cute? God, I love it for us.
Black and Latino. This is not what freedom looks like. It is a system designed to warehouse people, but it goes deeper. A handful of corporations control vast swaths of American industry, from media to agriculture to healthcare and tech. These corporations aren't just influencing a little bit of government policy.
Guys, no, that's just freedom, right? Remember what Milton Friedman said for my book club readers out there. By the way, folks, you should join our book club. We're currently reading a lovely book by Naomi Klein. Okay, you should totally read that. But we're talking about Milton Friedman. That's what Milton Friedman said, guys, that the freer the markets, the freer the people. The more private tyrants you have controlling your economic system, the more, you know, it's dictatorial CEOs and boards and things like that, the freer you are. Personally, I don't think that's true, okay? I forget which American revolutionary said this, but I forget which American revolutionary said that. He said that, I think it may have been Thomas Paine, I'm afraid we've traded one tyrant 2,000 miles away for 2,000 tyrants 1 mile away. Now, he was talking about democracy, but it's also very true that we basically have divided up our society by we've divided it up amongst private tyrants because we don't have a democracy, we have an oligarchy. Anyway, going on, just a note.
They're writing the policy. Politicians respond to donors and lobbyists, not constituents. Hell, there was a Princeton study which actually found that the preferences of American voters...
I showed you this on stream, the Princeton study, showing that we're not a democracy, right?
Have a near zero statistical impact on whether a policy gets passed.
Because we don't have a democracy.
Or not. But the preferences of economic elites, big businesses, and organized interest groups are strongly correlated with what policies actually get passed into law.
God bless
In other words,
this country.
your politicians don't care what you want, unless you're a billionaire. Elections are largely...
Now, guys, this is what I always said. I'm going to repeat it again. We need more than electoralism because of that. Because of that. The electoralism is not representing us. It is not. And I recommend, please, people out there that are more moderate than I am, you know, because I'm a crazy socialist or whatever, people out there that are more moderate than I am, just remember that every time you say that, you know, well, we need to focus on the elections, maybe something will be better, maybe something will be better. How can you think that when you know that stat, that what we want does not matter to these people, okay? You see why it's kind of a moot argument to only care about electoralism. Now, that's not to say we shouldn't also care about that. I'm just saying we need to do major changes and put we need to do something other than electoralism too. We need to put major pressure on this government, whether it be a national strike, whether it be not paying our taxes, whatever it may be, okay? We need to start organizing because anyway, just pointing that out, okay?
Bought and paid for. Gerrymandering carves up districts so that the politicians can choose their voters rather than the other way around like it should be in a free democracy. Voter suppression laws target communities least likely to vote for the people in power, and the two-party system has become a self-reinforcing trap that incentivizes extremism over representation. We are taught, and this is hardcore propaganda, that America's electoral system is the best. Well, except when our guy...
That is hilarious. Does anyone here think America's electoral system is the best? Because, dear God, if that... Please tell me if you think our... I do hope that there's no one in here who thinks that. I think we know by now that that's just not true, right?
Loses, of course. But there is a much better electoral system. It is called ranked choice voting. And the only people who prefer our current system over ranked choice are those who are financially incentivized against freedom and democracy. Here's how it works. With ranked choice, instead of picking just one candidate and hoping for the best, you rank out your preferences with your top choice at the top and your least...
Correct, Outer Signal. I agree. Hassan is 1000% right to reject Newsom. Despite the campaign against him, the media campaign against Hassan, he's just stating facts, and they don't like that. They don't like that he's stating facts about Israel and Gaza, and they don't like that he's stating facts about the corporate, corporate candidates. They keep going after him and shit. But yeah, good for Hassan.
Choice at the bottom. If no one wins a majority, the candidate with the fewest votes gets eliminated, and the people who voted for them have those votes redistributed to their second choice. You keep going until someone actually has majority support. It rewards candidates who appeal broadly rather than those who energize the extremes. It reduces what's known as the spoiler effect and creates a better reflection of what voters actually want. There are already several US cities and states which have already adopted ranked choice voting, and it's the norm in countries like Australia and Ireland. But most Americans have never even heard of it because the two parties currently in power have zero incentive to tell you about the system that would threaten their grip, and they have every incentive to criticize it.
So okay, I agree with him, but he's oversimplifying this. What I mean is that, is it the two parties? He's forgetting who controls the two-party system, right? The financial interests don't have an incentive to change this, okay? Yeah, the two parties don't because they maintain their power through it, but they're also the financial interest and the people that really run the country, okay? The elites, the power elite, have no incentive to change it, right? They don't actually want popular representation. As a matter of fact, I've said this before, the country was partially founded in a way to prevent real democracy. I'm not dissing the American Revolution, but it's just true. The Senate was created according to James Madison. According to James Madison, the Senate is created to protect the minority of the opulent against the majority, literally to prevent all of us from going after the wealthy. Okay, so it's more than just that it benefits the two parties. It also the wealthy don't want to change it. Okay, yeah, I believe it. Outer Signal, I believe it.
You should run aggressively against ranked choice voting. It is a big...
Number 4, America's stupidly big military budget. The US spends more on its military than the next 10 countries combined. Let that sink in. More than China, Russia, the UK, Saudi Arabia, Germany, France, Japan, South Korea, and Australia put together. Now, Americans are taught that this spending is about protecting freedom and defending the free world. And sure, a reasonable national defense is necessary. But the vast majority of this budget doesn't go to defense. It funds over 750 military bases in at least 80 countries.
To be clear, guys, this spending is also massively, there's a lot of corruption. All right. A lot of this funding doesn't go to military equipment. It goes to defense contractors who extract an enormous profit, which means everything we buy from those defense contractors is much more expensive. Also, the Pentagon has failed. How many of let me see here. How many of the last audits that the Defense Department has it failed? Defense Department failed audits. How many have they been? Have they never passed one? Let's see here. Yep. The Pentagon has failed all 8 of its last audits, as in government officials making sure that the money isn't disappearing into corruption or anything like that, have been unable to trace the Pentagon's money for the past 8 years. Who knows where that money's going? It might not even be going into the defense, but it might be going into the pockets of defense contractors or generals. Okay. Fetty. So like they haven't passed it for its 8th consecutive annual audit. Okay. So isn't that cute? And by the way, before that, they weren't mandatory. So that doesn't mean it wasn't happening before that. It just means that they've failed it since they've started doing it. Okay. So yeah, I love that for us.
It funds interventions, regime changes, drone programs, and the maintenance of a global military.
Totally. And this is why I say Outer Signal. You know, people are always saying how like Russia's super corrupt or what other countries. Everyone's always saying Nigeria is super corrupt. Okay, we're super corrupt here. It's just legalized. Okay, we just have massive legalized corruption.
Meanwhile, American roads are crumbling. Bridges are collapsing. The healthcare system bankrupts families. Teachers buy their own classroom supplies. Student debt has surpassed
I feel targeted. Yes, I did. I always had to buy my own supplies, and there are companies set up specifically to get teachers to go to them to buy supplies for their classroom. There's literally a whole profit motive for companies that are made for teachers. They're like companies that literally cater to teachers to come to them to buy supplies for their classroom, which is really gross and kind of a perverse incentive, don't we think?
$0.7 trillion, and millions of Americans can't afford basic prescriptions. Other countries, meanwhile, invest their resources differently.
You're right, Fetty, you're right.
Universal health care, free or affordable higher education, robust public transit, paid parental leave, affordable childcare, and as a result, their citizens are measurably...
Again, guys, come on, it's America. Fuck the children, right? That sounded really dark because it could be taken 2 ways given that it's America. But what I mean is, like, who cares about the children, right? Obviously, we don't care. We're not going to help people. We're not going to help people raise kids. We don't care about kids, right? We're not going to help mothers, fathers. Okay. Yeah, I should have phrased that differently. There you go, sir. Listen, I'm willing to live in a damn pot on the side of the road if it means Iran never gets a nuke. There we go. Okay. Nothing, Norman. Nothing. I phrased it badly, but it kind of could mean, yeah, definitely a double entendre. It is America after all. Okay. That sounded dark. Moving on.
Healthier, better educated, less stressed, and by many metrics, happier. This isn't speculative, it's what the data consistently shows. Historians have a term for what happens when an empire pours its resources into military expansion while its domestic foundations rot. Imperial overstretch. And it's how empires collapse. The Romans did it, the British did it, the Soviets did it, and if you look at the trajectory, America is running headfirst over the same.
But guys, don't worry, we're special, right? America is special. We have American exceptionalism. We are exceptional. So we're not going to fall. We're never going to fall. We're going to last for 1,000 years. One might call it the 1,000-year American Reich or something like that. You know, maybe we should call it the 1,000-year American Empire. Anyway, well, don't worry, we'll never fall. Zero problems.
Number 5. The Pledge of Allegiance.
Right.
Having children stand up every single morning, place their hands over their heart, face the flag, and recite a loyalty oath in unison is, by any outside standard, one of the creepiest things about America. I'm not saying this to be edgy. When you describe this practice to people from other democracies, their jaws hit the floor. They associate it with the kind of thing that you would see authoritarian regimes do, not in a country that calls itself the leader of the free world. Because think about what the pledge actually is.
There you go,
it is
Dolly
a
boy.
feudal fealty oath. It is a declaration of personal loyalty.
It totally is. It's so creepy and dystopian that we do a Pledge of Allegiance. Like, that is so fascist, and it's not a joke, guys. We used to actually do a, it was, what is it called? We used to do a Roman salute to the flag. Like, kids used to actually literally do a Roman salute to the flag for the Pledge of Allegiance. Now we put our hand over our hearts because that whole Roman salute kind of had a bad name after the Nazis. But we did used to do a Roman salute. It was called the, what was it called? The, we didn't call it a Roman salute. What was it called? The, Dewey? What was it called? Oops. Let me show you a picture. Children. It wasn't Roman salute. America. What is it? Children. I know I spelled it bad. Here we go. So like, this is what kids used to do. They used to literally do a salute like that. What is it called? I forget what it's called. The Bellamy salute, except we called it something different. We called it the Bellamy salute because it was pre-Nazi. But yeah, kids used to literally do that salute to the flag when saying the Pledge of Allegiance. People don't know this thing. We kept doing it until 1942, correct. So that's kind of cute, isn't it? That's not creepy or bizarre at all. Not at all, right? Yeah, exactly. Now we're just gonna give every kid a Bible instead, correct? Or we're gonna have them salute the 10 Commandments on the wall. So that's cute. Don't we love this, guys? Who here didn't know that? Didn't anyone? I think I've shown it before on stream, but who here didn't know about the salute we used to give the flag? Now, obviously, it wasn't linked to Nazism at the time, but there was certainly a feeling there of imperial hubris, that the fact that we did that, okay? Anyway, I guess at least we got embarrassed by it a bit late.
To a state. Now, I understand why elected officials and military personnel swear oaths of service. That makes sense. They're accepting a position of public responsibility. But requiring a 6-year-old to pledge allegiance to a flag before they can even spell allegiance, it's brainwashing.
Of course it is.
Like, you realize the founding fathers would be horrified by this, right? These were men who literally threw off the yoke.
Hilarious. So Atomic, you say, by the way, Atomic is Sam617, who we call Atomic. I knew a kid who got kicked out of class for not standing up during the national anthem in Florida like 10 years ago. That is illegal, and yet it still happens all across the country. It is illegal for a teacher or a school to punish a student who doesn't stand during the national anthem or the Pledge of Allegiance. It is illegal. I have had to get into very heated conversations with fellow teachers about this before, because I have had fellow teachers try to punish students who don't stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance. And that is illegal. You have the freedom to not do that as a student if you don't want to. But a lot of schools don't care, and they will punish you if you don't do it because they don't like the disobedience it shows, which is dark. Yeah, yes, Lamira, there was a story of a black girl who was assaulted by a teacher because she refused to stop walking in the hall during the pledge. Yeah, completely illegal, Lamira. I think I've heard that story. So to be clear, guys, if you ever have a child, or even you, okay, if you're a teenager and they refuse to stand during the pledge and they get punished for it, you launch a lawsuit. You contact some sort of organization to represent you because that is illegal. All right, make some money off of it at least, because dear God.
of another red, white, and blue flag when it represented tyranny. They understood and wrote extensively about the fact that it is the duty of every free person to question authority and resist tyranny, not just pledge blind loyalty to a piece of cloth. The entire American experiment was built on the idea that governments derive their power from the consent of the governed, and that when a government fails its people, those people have the right and the obligation to challenge it. This is the entire reasoning behind the Second Amendment. Creating mindless, loyal zombies out of children is the exact opposite of what the founders fought for. And yet suggests that we stop doing this in our children's schools and watch how fast you get called un-American. Number 6, the myth that America was founded as a Christian nation. If you've ever driven through the American South, or honestly large parts of the Midwest and rural America, you've probably seen billboards saying things like, hell is real, abortion is murder, and Jesus saves. They line the highways like wallpapers.
Guys, I love it. Whenever I drive to like Indiana, there's always all these. So from where I live in central Ohio to Indiana, there's always all these signs that are like, Jesus will save you. Or it'll say like, stress, try Jesus. Or there'll be a sign that says marriage is between one man and one woman. Like there's all this Christian propaganda. I love it so much. I love being told how, I know I was one time I was in a breakup. I had just had a really bad breakup with a guy, and I was driving down the highway, and I saw this sign that said, marriage is between one man and one woman. And I'm like, maybe. I'm joking. I didn't actually think that, but yeah, like this sign is, those signs are all over the place, and I just love it. It makes me feel so comfortable. I love that. I love being in a hyper Christian country like that. That's always putting Christian propaganda out there. Anyway, yeah, there you go. Super creeper bat. The local anti-abortion billboard on the highway got removed. Really super creeper bat. Interesting. All right. Fantastic. That's good, at least.
So pervasive that most people stop noticing them. Religious messaging in America is so saturated into the culture that it becomes invisible, which is exactly what makes it so effective. But here's what a lot of Americans don't know. The United States was never a Christian nation.
Oh, okay. So Oz says, my father moved to Indiana after divorcing my mother and converting to hardcore evangelical Christianity. I hated visiting Indiana and referred to it as the buckle on the Bible Belt. Indiana has more churches per capita, I think, than a lot of other states. Like, if you go to Indianapolis, like every block, there's an evangelical church. It is a painfully evangelical state. And I honestly, I lived in Indianapolis for a while, but I never felt particularly safe there. And I know that sounds like I'm like over exaggerating. Not every evangelical wants to kill me or anything because I'm gay, but I never felt particularly safe there because there is just so much like evangelical Christianity and so many preachers standing on street corners screaming about the evils of gay people, etc. As Norman, as a non-American, I feel left out right now. Where's my freedom? Norman, excuse me. We are superior to you because we're American, so you have to sit there and take it, all right? You are but a vassal in the vast American empire, all right? So this is just, okay, stay in your lane, Norman. Okay, I'm joking. I'm joking, Norman, okay?
Founders were explicit.
Maybe, you know what we should find, Norman? I would really be interested to see one about the UK. I really would.
About this. The Constitution makes zero mention of Christianity or Jesus. The first
Just kidding, Norman. I love you. Please forgive me. I'm just joking.
Amendment enshrines the separation of church and state. The Treaty of Tripoli, unanimously ratified by the Senate in 1797 and signed by President John Adams, states in very plain language that the government of the United States is not, in any sense, founded on the Christian religion. That is not my interpretation. That is a legally binding document from the founding generation. So, where did the Christian nation myth come from?
Norman.
Well, in keeping with the rest of this video, propaganda.
Yeah.
Cold War propaganda, to be specific. Under God was added.
Weirdomorphous Blob randomly says, love the British Empire. I know you, Weirdomorphous Blob, and I know you worship at an image of, I don't know, who was that one guy? The guy that did all the diamond mines? I don't know. You worship at someone's image, okay?
To the Pledge of Allegiance in 1954. In God We Trust was added to the
Cecil Rhodes
currency in 1957 and adopted as the national motto the year before. Our original motto, E Pluribus Unum, is more about plurality. Out of many, one. Both of these actions were deliberate moves to contrast the United States against godless communism. They weren't ancient traditions passed down by the founders. They're marketing decisions which were made by politicians in the 1950s. And now, barely 70 years later, millions of Americans will swear on a stack of Bibles that this country was founded as a Christian nation, and that anyone who says otherwise is attacking their heritage. The conflation of patriotism with Christianity is itself a product of propaganda, and it's one of the most dangerous because it means that questioning religion in America isn't just seen as blasphemy, it's treason. Number 7, American exceptionalism. This one is huge. The one that ties all the rest of it together.
Guys, I am such an American exceptionalist. Let's admit, we all know that I am a very deep American exceptionalist, right? I think we're exceptionally prone to assaulting children. I think we're exceptionally, I don't know, we're exceptionally prone to shooting up schools. I don't know what else, we have a lot of exceptional things.
American exceptionalism isn't just this belief that America is different. It's a belief that America is inherently superior, better, divinely favored, the greatest country that God ever put on this earth. And it functions not just as a belief, but as a social enforcement mechanism. Because in America, criticism of the country is treated as betrayal. Point out that other nations have better healthcare outcomes, and you're told, well, why don't you just move there? Suggest that the military budget is bloated, and it is bloated, and suddenly you hate our troops. If you point out that Americans rank poorly on education, press freedom, or infant mortality compared to other developed countries, and you're suddenly ungrateful. Even liberals and progressives who critique America specifically because...
Dolly Boy, by the way, Dolly Boy, do you know that Norman? I think Norman is from Scotland. Did you know that, Dolly Boy? You're not the only Scot in here anymore. I don't know why I'm revealing that to you all in chat, but I know that I think Norman is from Scotland. So Dolly Boy, hey, you have your fellow Scot. Just telling you guys. You can start a rebellion or something if you want to. I'm just saying.
They want to improve it, get branded as unpatriotic. Do you see how backwards that is? The messaging is clear. You can love America or you can criticize it. You can't do both. But in most healthy democracies, critique is understood as a form of patriotism. Wanting your country to live up to its own ideals isn't betrayal. It is the highest form of civic engagement. The pressure to never question America, to treat any criticism as an attack, to reflexively defend the status quo no matter how messed up it is because admitting a problem feels like admitting defeat, that social pressure is itself one of the most effective forms of propaganda there is, because it doesn't require a government agency or state-run media outlets. It's enforced by your neighbors and your coworkers, your family, and your own internalized guilt. Like I said at the beginning, I don't hate America. I want it to be better. And if that makes me un-American in your eyes, then, well, I think I kind of proved my point.
By the way, the phrase un-American is like no different from like saying anti-Soviet or like anti Kim Jong-un, anti-Korean or whatever. It's a meaningless phrase. Like, it is just an authoritarian phrase used to oppress dissent. What do you mean anti-American or anti-British or what does that mean? Like, Brits are human beings, Americans are human beings, right? They have different opinions and views and things. It's so dumb. Or like an anti-German, like, what does it mean? It's like saying counter-revolutionary, or like, it sounds like something an un-American would say. Yeah, and like, guys, I've seen like liberals say that too, where they'll be like, Trump is anti-American. And I disagree with that too, or is un-American. I disagree with that too, because what do you mean he's un-American? He's doing like a lot of shit that has a lot of Americans have done before. Like, I don't like it. It's kind of a weird authoritarian mindset, like un-American, pro-American. What the hell does that mean? Okay. And I get it. We can criticize Trump. You can criticize him however you want, but I just don't like it when anyone uses that phrase. Because, by the way, there's no way to defend it either. You can use that against anyone and come up with a reason for it. Like, I could say that I'm un-American because I'm constantly critiquing the American empire. I could say that, I don't know. I could say that Bernie Sanders is un-American because he's a socialist or whatever. Like, but it's just not true. Okay, you get what I mean.
It is the civic duty of every citizen to question what we've been taught, to explore outside the...
So in your groove, you're right. He tried to do things counter to the Constitution, kind of the definition of anti-American. You're right in your groove. Of course, past presidents have too. A lot of Obama killed someone with a drone strike without giving them a trial. I'm not saying that that like Trump is just as Trump is worse, but it's just the phrase itself is meaningless. But we can use it as much as we want. I mean, maybe say he's anti-constitution or whatever. It doesn't matter. Just a pet peeve of mine.
Bubble, whether that's through reading, traveling, or learning other languages, using LingoPie, of course, and exposing ourselves to the perspectives that challenge our own assumptions. It's our duty to push back against propaganda and to exercise the very First Amendment rights that we claim to value.
Yeah, weird.
Because things don't have to be like this. They can be better. But we have to first recognize the propaganda and be honest with ourselves in order to get there. If you guys enjoyed this video, please smash that like button, share this with someone who needs to hear it, and if you want to support my work, you can do so.
All right, guys, that was good. I really like that. Sorry for all the non-Americans out there for boring you to death with our own little internal problems, okay? With our own little, no, me too, Weirdomorphous Blob. Weirdomorphous Blob, it bothers me when Trump is portrayed as an aberration completely detached from American history who has single-handedly derailed the perfect... Oh, I know, Weirdomorphous Blob. This is what I'm always saying, guys. We need more than just, okay, we cannot sit on our laurels if Trump disappears, because we need major reforms in this system. It's not enough to get rid of Trump. And I can guarantee you there are a lot of people out there who think that the problem is Trump, and once Trump is gone, everything will be honky-dory. Well, we've talked about, through the entire time I've been streaming for 9 months, we've talked about all the horrific things, all the abuses, and all the crap that America has done in the past. And how the things that were really bad before Trump, and how Trump was enabled by things in the past. So how will it, are we okay with going back to that status quo? Because that doesn't sound great. Even if it's better than Trump, it doesn't sound great. And that's the status quo that created Trump. So can we change more than just getting rid of Trump, please? Can we make some major reforms in this country? I would really like that, right? Yes, Norman, because there's not as much of a good way of saying that. Reform can happen in many ways. We need some major changes, revolutionary changes, reforms, whatever you want to call it. Okay, we need some major changes. All right. Now then, folks, because my my bladder is the size of a walnut, I'm going to go urinate. Okay. Don't you dare leave. Don't you dare leave, Dolly Boy. I know you, Dolly Boy. Don't anyone leave. I'll be right back. No one leave. Okay, no one. You neither, Sir Bart. I know you, Sir Bart. I know you're gonna go leave. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me a second. He. Yes, Dolly Boy. Okay, you too, Druzilla. Don't give me that look, Druzilla. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, give me a second.
On a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. Easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life. I need your love.
All right, folks. All right. Let's see what we should talk about now. Norman, wake up, Norman. Wake up. Don't be yawning in my stream, Norman. How dare you, okay? You get a detention. You get a bonk, Norman. Bonk. Anyone else? Okay. All right, let's see what else we got here. So you get a boop, Oz, for being a good commissar. Boop. All right. So let's see here what else we got. Let's see what we got here. I shared a cute short. Oh, okay. You need a bonk. Okay, fine, LaCroix. Bonk. Anyway, I don't know why we need a bonk. What was that waiting screen music? Go look at the. I posted the playlist over in media. Okay, go look. All right. What was I gonna say here? Okay. Sorry, that was gross. I apologize. I know I'm disgusting. Oh, that sounds amazing, Oz. Why am I being rude? What do you mean? Why I'm being rude? I'm not being rude. No, but literally, that's like it's posted over. I think it's in the media section. It's in the media section or the idea section. I posted my playlist. You can go find it over there. All right, so let's see what we got, guys. I think there was something else I wanted to watch. Okay.
These people who are coming.
Here we have another palate cleanser kind of deal. After, let's see here. Okay, bye-bye, Atomic. Let's see what we got here. What's this, Oxpecker? Alex Jones, anime voice, hilarious. Okay. But first, so I wanted to show you guys this. This is another little video here. Thought you might find amusing. This is another short. This is called MAGA Are Too Far Gone. And it says, I can't believe he said this. So we'll see what he says. I don't know. Thanks, LaCroix. Thank you. It's not like Matt Saigai already said that during the stream. It's not like Matt Saigai already said that. Okay. Oh, thank you, Do Dongo Manoof. Well, thank you. I'm glad you like my, thank you for liking my bells. We all like the bells, I think. I think everyone likes the bells. I don't know. If you don't, you can leave. Okay, how about that? I like my bells. Okay. Thank you very much, Do Dongo Manoof. Give us more now. How dare you, Dolly Boy? Okay. So guys, let's continue. So this is a cute little short. Let's see what, yeah, you must have been, LaCroix. Must have been. Okay. All right. Let's watch this.
These people who are coming here are not assimilating to our traditional American Anglo culture.
So automatically we have an issue here. Thank you, Norman. Thank you. Thank you. Anglo culture. Fascinating use of language there. I suspect this guy is, what's the word? A white supremacist? Because that is like very coded language for, because guys, so in America, the KKK, for example, claim to be, there's a sense that WASPs, which means white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, are the most superior race. Anyone who says that I like Anglo-Saxon, I think Anglo-Saxons are the best, are like the epitome of white supremacist monsters. So this is probably one of those folks, okay? Yeah, right, Norman? So, but they view it as a racial thing. They view Anglo-Saxon as a racial category, and that people that aren't Anglo-Saxon, including the Irish, Italians, things like that, are inferior. This is like the epitome of white supremacy. Let's put it that way. Yeah, it's more like an air raid siren. So this is cute. What, Tater Tot? You said your boss asked if your grandparents assimilated? Why? What? Okay, you don't have to tell me, Tater Tot. Are you white? Did they ask you that because you have a skin color other than white or something? Because that's a really weird question to ask. All right. And I mean, you don't have to tell me, but like that sounds like I could imagine someone doing that if they're being kind of racist and they're like, "Oh, you're not white" or something. Did your grandparents assimilate? Anyway, all right, who knows? I just saw 8 children. What? You're Finnish? Interesting, huh? That's bizarre. Okay, yeah, that sounds borderline very weird. Yeah, you know what, Outer Signal. Okay, I'm not Christian, Catholic, or any religion. I hate me too. An Anglo-Saxon's real gangster until they see a Norman, right? Okay. Oh, God. All right, so let's watch this.
And they are frankly ruining it. They're poisoning.
Poisoning, that's Nazi language.
The blood of the country.
Oh, my God, he's just saying it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be shocked about this. I keep pausing it because it is rather shocking. I mean, I shouldn't be shocked, but yes, that's very Nazi language, poisoning the blood of the country, etc.
My father's restricted voting rights for vast majorities of people, including women. The women didn't receive the right to vote until the 19th Amendment.
And then we fixed that.
I don't think that was a good thing.
You don't think so?
Okay, I'm sorry. So, okay, let me get this straight. He's making the argument that it's okay to restrict voting rights now because we used to not have women, you didn't used to have the right to vote. And women shouldn't have gotten the right to vote. Okay, well, he's trash.
I don't think it was a good thing. I believe
the 19th Amendment?
Yeah, every person, women, men, black, white, whatever, has equal dignity under the law and before God. That doesn't mean they'll have the same roles and should have the same influence in a society.
So who should have influence in our society?
Christian leaders.
White Christian men.
White Christian men.
I just love the bluntness. You know what? I support this. I think everyone that believes this should say it loud, say it proud, and put it on the internet. I want us to know who these people are. I'm glad that there's evidence. I'm glad that we now know what this guy believes that. And I certainly hope his place of employment sees it. And I certainly hope that we have a permanent record of what this man thinks about these things. No, it is not. No, Alyssa, no, this is not my first time. It was just, it's still shocking to me. As someone who studied Nazis, it's very shocking to me still just to see bluntly people saying this shit, even though you see it all the time. You're right. There you go, Oz. Like, technically, yeah, I'm kind of glad that he's saying it out loud. So Oz, you're right. The Constitution, the original Constitution, if you didn't own land, you didn't get to vote either. I certainly hope he owns land. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have a right to vote either. But my God. Okay. Also, does anyone know from American history, like the idea of separate but equal? That was the phrase used to excuse the segregation of Black Americans from white Americans. The Supreme Court ruled that it is not treating people unequally to keep them separate. So Black people could have their own water fountains, white people could have their own water fountains, bathrooms, etc. And he literally made that argument. He's like, well, we're all the same, but we need to be treated differently. Or like we're all equal under God's eyes, but it's okay to treat people differently. So not only is this a Nazi argument, talking about it being a sickness that affects the blood, he's also making an old-fashioned American segregationist argument. Super cute, super cute. I love that. Love that for us. Love that. Fantastic. Okay? Yay! God bless America. Great. Great. Love that. Fuck is this? Oh wait, this is a different thing. Sorry, I kind of lost my mind there. Okay, you know what? So that was cute. Are we all happy? We all satisfied with the state the country is in? I'm sure this is lovely. Okay, I know, shocking weirdomorphous blob. They're basically the same thing. Okay, wasn't Hitler inspired? Oh, 100% Super Creeper Bat. And I've said this before on stream. Yeah, we do know, guys, Super Creeper Bat is right, that Hitler and the Nazis were actually inspired by American legislation regarding racial laws in the United States. They also were inspired by American eugenics laws. It's not an exaggeration to say that when it came to eugenics, what I mean by that is sterilizing, preventing from reproducing people that were considered mentally unfit or disabled. The Nazis literally took the American law and basically transcribed it into German and then put it on their own books. Okay. And yes, Hitler did. There were some aspects of America that Hitler liked. One of them was racial segregation in the South. He loved the American South. Okay. He was not a fan of the North because he viewed it as a bunch of racial. I don't know if I can say this on stream. He viewed Northerners as mongrels. Let's put it that way. They were too racially mixed, etc. And another aspect of America that he really liked, as a matter of fact, he liked it so much that he watched tons of Westerns and loved Western books and stuff, was that he loved the idea of the American Wild West. And he viewed the Europeans East as Germany's Wild West. and he viewed the Slavs in Eastern Europe as American Indians, and he wanted to push them off their land and settle it just like the Americans had done to the natives, okay? Outer Signal, didn't the Trump administration remove the Hitler links from the U.S. Holocaust Museum? Yep, they did, Outer Signal. Yes, they did. Okay, there you go, Stan Durko, right? And Stan Durko, you say you're disabled. I'm often told that I don't count. Yeah, Stan Durko, disabled people are rarely talked about, even in left-wing circles. I got to tell you, it's a big problem that needs to be fixed. That's one of the disadvantaged groups that don't often get talked about. And in this was probably going to say here, in this country especially, it's important because we have previously forcibly sterilized people that were disabled, etc. Okay, yeah, Norman, slave history is being torn down all over America because of DEI, correct, okay? I don't get why YouTube does that. It's just stupid. I don't know why, Drusilla. Yeah, you're right. You're not appearing on the shared screen, are you? Oh, yes, you are. You are now. Who knows? Who knows? Sometimes it just does weird shit. All right. So yeah, he was majorly inspired by a lot of this crap. Okay. All right. So let's see what we have here in the reacts, guys. I'll see what we have here in the reacts. I have another video we could watch, but I'll just see if there's any cool things in the reacts first. Let's watch this one. This is from... Okay, this is from Louise. Are you still here, Louise?
Iran made a...
I love Sami Obayed.
AI music.
Love Sami Obayed. Okay, so let's watch what he has to say. This is a clip from Louise, our great friend from the UK. So glad you're here, Louise. CR, I guess because you have... Nope, I have live chat. It's set to live chat, Bright Love. Yeah, it's definitely set to live chat on my end. Who knows? I don't know why it is. Okay, yeah, I don't know. So, okay, let's watch this. So this is Sami Obayed. Let's see what he has to say. Thank you, Louise.
Music video trolling Pete Hegseth. I'm not gonna lie, that shit slaps, dude. It's better than Kendrick versus Drake. Like, this is beyond rap beef.
Oh, thank you, Mechakind. Thank you, Mechakind, for the contribution. You say, yeah. How Trump is life in Nazi Germany, do you think? I know, right? We probably will, Mechakind. We basically already are, right?
This is country beef, or lamb, sorry. Keep it halal. But this video was all done in Legos, which is just first like a trip, because they're like, oh, Iran has Legos too. They're just like us, you know? And Legos really are universal. They're for humanity, because they're all one color, yellow. The color we're gonna be after the nuclear war, right? And it appears that they wrote the lyrics, because they're very specific. The opening line is, Pete Hegseth, this one's for you, you punk-ass racist bitch.
Oh my God,
that's the opening line. Did Iran write Tupac's Hit 'Em Up? And then instantly they're like, straight from Iran. I would have done straight from Hormuz, but that, that's just my personal. And then they started going through Pete Hegseth's resume. I'm like learning things I never knew about Pete Hegseth from Iran. They start by attacking his alcoholism, which is just funny because you know this is coming from...
It's a low-hanging fruit. We can do that. I like it. I appreciate it.
From guys who've never had a drink in their life. It's like alcoholic versus halalcoholic, you know? And then they start making fun of Trump. They call Trump sucker and BJ Queen.
Probably.
It makes your head explode when you realize this is coming from hardliners in Iran. This is what happens when
oh my God, that's a really funny point.
You murder their religious leaders. Things get a little loose. That writer's room is out of control. They're like, hit him with the BJ Queen, bro. And then they're like making fun of us. They're like, you thought our rockets only reached 2,000 kilometers? Ha! And they're like showing it traveling across the ocean. You're like, oh, they're like, we got range. It's like, yeah, you actually do, talent-wise, too. And then they show like the AI imagery of the missiles hitting places in the United States. And this is disgusting that they use AI. Like, support local artists. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
if you're gonna show images of bombing us, do it organically, you know? I do not support AI art because it takes jobs away from artists like me, okay? But apparently I make one exception, and that's for war propaganda videos. AI uses a lot of water. That's probably why Trump wants to bomb their water plants, because he's like, these AI videos need to stop. Apparently.
Hey, thank God for Iran. Please get rid of some of those AI data centers. Just saying.
This is how war is fought in 2026. You know that famous Einstein quote where he's like, I don't know what World War III is going to be fought with, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Somebody call Einstein, tell him it's AI music videos. You know, Pete saw that video, he went straight to the bar. He's like, I only know one way to deal with this shit. And you know that hurts Trump. Trump loves AI videos. He put out his own. They suck. He saw this. He's like, oh, that's how they do it. The Trump administration can't compete. The only musical talent they have is Kid Rock. It's like bringing a rock to a gunfight. You're dude. Our high-up officials see these videos and they're like, oh, we didn't see that weapon coming. We put all these billions of dollars into anti-missile defense systems, but there's no anti-AI music video defense systems. This is the first time I'm ever seeing a war the United States is fighting where the majority of Americans are cheering for the enemy.
That is so true. I like most of the Americans I know are cheering for Iran, okay? Which is why I feel more comfortable cheering for Iran openly. Like if I had done this during like the Iraq war, oof. I don't know if I could have gotten away with that, but
You know when Iran's AI music videos are winning over the American public, you're losing the war, okay? End that war today. Trump, I know you want the oil. I know you want the Strait of Hormuz. I know you're doing it for Israel, but just chill and let go.
Let go. I love it. Thank you so much, Louise. So true. Yeah, they did outer signal. Oh, you're right. I forgot outer signal. You're right. Remember the Dixie Chicks, folks? How they called out the outer signal said Dixie Chicks almost lost their career for calling out the Iraq war. Yeah. Anyone who even slightly called out the Iraq war got blacklisted in a lot of ways and were horribly mistreated. But it's been like these days, most people agree. It's like, yeah, we don't care. Yeah, we shouldn't be in Iran. And a lot of people are actually openly supporting Iran, which is very unusual for America. Let's put it that way. I'm shocked. Things change, I guess. Let's see here. Matt Saiguide, you asked me, what are my thoughts on Cyberpunk 2077? The game, I like the game. I like the lore. I like the critiques of capitalism. So overall, I like it. I like the lore. I like how it's kind of a critique of, I like it, Matt Saigai. I think it was a bit overhyped, but it's still a really good game. It's fun to play. Okay, you should, Matt Saigai. I recommend it. It is at this point, it's kind of a classic. It's really well known, so I would at least play it for that sake. Okay, and it's a beautiful game in some ways. It's good. Okay, so for like 3 years at least, they were basically Yeah, exactly, Oxbecker. I have never played Alan Wake 2. Okay, so anyway, that's good. Thank you, Louise. Let's see what else we got here in reactions, folks. I just want to see. What's this, Sylvie? Are you here,
JD
Sylvie?
Vance and Ariana Grande have the same strategy.
Wait, are you still here? Are you here, Sylvie? Is that true? Look, I need to maybe try Alan Wake 2. So this was sent to us by Sylvie. It's another short here. This is actually terrifying. I don't know what it's about. Let's see what it's about. Hello, Sylvie. Hey, Sylvie. I didn't know you were here. Hello, Sylvie. Love you, Sylvie. You're the best. Okay, let's watch.
JD Vance and Ariana Grande have the same strategy. Stick with me. In 2019, Ariana Grande...
Matt's like, I have the base game. I'm not sure what's in the deluxe game, but I would just get the base game.
They had already dated some pretty high-profile people. Big Sean, Mac Miller, Pete Davidson. Her relationships were the talk of the town. That's when she released her new song, Boyfriend, which didn't feel like a big deal at the time, but was pure marketing genius. Do you know how many times per day in 2019 somebody Googled...
By the way, he has what's called a red vine, which I love. Some people hate red vines. I'm very much into red vines, even though they're like mass-produced garbage. They're such great candy.
The words Ariana Grande boyfriend, and now what would show up? Not her messy relationship past, but her brand new single. It was PR gold. You had to dig through all of the articles about her new song before you found anything about her relationship.
So listen to Outer Signal, by the way.
JD Vance is doing the same thing, except way worse and racist. Bell Hooks, who, if you don't know, was a world-renowned Black author and activist, wrote a book in 2002 called Communion and wrote another one in 2012 called Appalachian Elegy. JD Vance published a book in 2016 called Hillbilly Elegy that immediately became a New York Times bestseller. Now, a little weird that the titles...
Yeah, it's licorice. It's a kind of licorice, Norman. Yeah.
Are so similar, so I got curious. If I couldn't remember the full name Appalachian Elegy, because Appalachian can be a hard word for some people to remember, and I just searched the term elegy book, what would come up? You guessed it, JD Vance. Now, Ian, that could just be a coincidence. You're making stuff up. Then why did he just announce this as his next book? JD Vance, Bell Hooks. JD Vance, Bell Hooks. Not to mention his 2 books are 10 years apart and her 2 books.
That is interesting. Okay, that's clever. That is clever. He's a monster. Okay, that's pretty obvious.
They're 10 years apart. Do you see what he's doing? What's going to be the first book that comes up when you search communion book? He is making it so that people who are searching out Black history and Black
go get some Dodongo.
Black literature will instead be bombarded with his name. Just like Ariana Grande did, he is deciding to dictate what Google shows people first. We see Black erasure every day, but I have not seen any creators call this out. White supremacy is one hell of a beast.
Oh my God, that is, come on. That is, I bet he did that on purpose. I'm sure he's trying to go after, he's definitely trying to go after bell hooks. Hilarious. So he's like, oh my God, he's such a child. Oh, I hate JD Vance. Okay. All right, folks, let me see here. Let me put my face up here for a second. And that church shown is not Catholic. All right, give me a second here, guys. I loved it, Sylvie. That's great. Okay. So how's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing? I think I want to see if there's any last thing that we could watch here. Or we could maybe play a game. Let's see here. I'm safe to be Christian. One second here. Any news updates, by the way? Has anything been destroyed? Has anything been destroyed or whatever in the world? Okay, has the war broken out again or whatever? Okay, let's see here. Let me just quickly find something. All right, where's my playlist? Here's my playlist.
Why is Blackstone?
I do, Norman. Sometimes I will play games. It's been a long time though. I know if Cody's here, my will to live has been destroyed. Oh no, look what. Okay. Oh God, I love that Dongo. Okay, so let me see here. How about we watch this? Okay, we'll do this one last thing here. I know I'm slowing down here near the end, but yes, I will do. By the way, Liquid Alicorn or Bright Love has also started a video game group on our Discord that people should go check out. Okay. Oh, really? In your groove? As of 12 minutes ago, Trump vows to kill Iranian warships that go near U.S. That get near. Oh wow! Yay! Weird. You're in your groove. Okay, great. All right. Yeah. So mostly on Twitch, I'll do that. So I should do it more. I definitely should do it more. Let's see what in your groove, because people like it when I do it. It's just been a while. Yep. Oh, good. I can't wait for war to break out again. Yay. I mean, it's still going on, I should say. All right. So I just want to watch this real fast, guys. I'm old. I don't know. I don't know. People like using the word kill. Okay. I don't know. Yep. No. And Norman, it's completely free. Join the Discord. It's completely free. Okay. Yeah, so if you guys want to join the Discord, everything in my channel and stuff is free. So just click the link. It's linked at the top of the Twitch and the YouTube chat. I think it should be there. There is still a link there, right? Can you guys see a Discord link at the top of the Twitch chat? No, Matt's like, okay, so anyone can join the Discord. Please join it. And then if you join it, we have a great and fast growing community on there. And then you can also send me things to react to. Okay. So let's watch this. This is going to be sort of, I am totally old, Stan Durko. Okay, I'm getting old, Stan Durko. Let's put it that way, okay? But to point it out, there are people that are older than me. I'm not implying that you're old or whatever, but I'm 36, and so I'm almost to 40, and so obviously, like, anyway, you have to understand, too, in the gay community, guys, like, once you hit 30, that's it. Okay, you're done. Anyway, so I got you, Donga. Okay. Yeah, that's goddamn socialists. All right. So real fast, this is a video that I saw, and I thought we could do it to kind of like, just to see what this guy has to say, and then I can yell at it, which is fun. This is thank you, Matt Saga. Matt Saga, I just posted in the YouTube, a link to our Discord server. Okay. So in the YouTube, and then we can also perhaps post one in the Twitch chat as well if we can't find it there. Just click it and you'll be added to our Discord. You can also talk to me on there. I talk to everyone all the time. Okay, thank you, Matt Saigai. Okay, I know. I'm sorry, Drusilla. You're old too. I don't mean that as an insult, Drusilla. Where everyone gets old, we spend most of our times old. Okay. Anyway, love you all very much. Okay, so moving on. Let's go. So let's watch this. This is a video by some random guy. I don't know. It's called I'm 32. If you're in your 30s, watch this. I know there's a lot of 30-somethings out there, and it's just going to be a cutesy thing. Some lessons he's learned. now that he's in his 30s. And I know that might sound boring, but let's just talk about it and I'll yell at it because if it's a self-help thing, I hate self-help things. So we'll see what it is. Okay, let's just do that. Okay, everyone happy? Good. You better be. You don't have a choice. There you go, Oz.
Today is my 42nd birthday.
Okay, I'm already annoyed. What is it with this backyard? It's a beautiful backyard. So to be clear, okay, I thought this was going to be cute. I'm going to do some material analysis. Just remember, it looks like this guy is fairly well off. So his opinions about lessons learned are coming from a very certain socioeconomic status. To be clear, I'm curious about what he'll have to say. But a lot of times when you hear people giving like lessons about life or talking about self-help shit, it kind of ignores the socioeconomic status of people. So if he does like personal blame and blames individuals, I'm going to lose my mind, but let's watch.
Are 42 life lessons that I had to learn the hard way.
42? Dear God, can we like
Fear
cut down
occurs
a bit?
in proportion to importance. The more afraid you are to do something, the more likely it's exactly what you need to do.
Well, I mean, what if what you have, like, what do you mean? What if I like some things that are really scary to do are things you should not do? I'm not sure what he's supposed to mean by this. Okay.
Best relationships only come once you've learned to be at peace alone.
Yeah, that's partially true.
Confidence is the ability to unapologetically like yourself. Self-discipline is the ultimate.
Okay, I gotta tell you guys, I think some people are too confident. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, exactly, super creepbat. Like, okay, but like, sometimes people are too confident, especially in America. Okay, maybe not especially in America. That sounds like American exceptionalism. But like, if you were to, you know, maybe sometimes you. Anyway, just sometimes maybe listen to others also. I'm just saying confidence is important, but also be self-reflective. Okay, this is lame, Alyssa. I'm kind of enjoying how lame it is.
Ultimate form of self-care. Not bubble baths, not treating yourself, but the most loving thing you can do for yourself is to show up and do the hard thing you know your future self will thank you for. Boundaries.
Well, that's easy. That's easy if you're rich. Just show up and do it, guys. Just show up and do it, right? I mean, let's hope you can afford to do it, or you have transportation to whatever you're going to do, and that you don't have a mental health issue like depression or ADHD, and you live in a neighborhood where you feel safe going out, and make sure you don't have any disabilities that might inhibit what you want to do. And let's hope there's certain races so that you fit in or whatever. So like, again, this is what I mean by a lot of self-help shit. It's like very ignoring of class status amongst other things, okay?
Only piss off the people who benefited from you having none. If someone gets angry when you start saying no, that tells you everything you need to know about why you needed to start saying no in the first place.
Okay, I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree that sometimes if you're trying to set boundaries and people get mad at you, it's because they were benefiting from you not having boundaries. That is true. Okay.
You don't need more motivation. You don't need a guru. You don't even need a plan. You just need a higher pain tolerance. To deny pain is to deny our own potential growth. Every meaningful thing you've learned about yourself came from a moment of hurt, not from a podcast, not from a book, but from a moment where life smacked you in the mouth and you had to figure out what to do next.
Oh my God. Okay, that is kind of true. For all of us here, there you go, Tater Tot. I know, guys, it's annoying. Please bear with me. It's near the end of the stream. I'm tired. We're going to have some fun, okay, I guess. We're going to dismantle this man, all right? Just, you know, out of whatever. No, he didn't say deny pain, Norman. He said feel pain. He's basically saying that, yeah, okay, not from a YouTube video. What do you mean, Outer Signal? I'm sorry. He said here that we have experience in our lives that teach us lessons and that hurt us. That's for sure, right? For those out here who have ever been in a relationship that failed, that is true. And it is partially true that, yes, over time you develop tolerance to pain, or at least it still hurts, but it doesn't hurt as much, okay?
The cost of inaction is often higher than the cost of the wrong action. Always be in motion. Strength is not...
Again, how? What if you have no motivation or no ability to do that? Okay. Like, that's super easy. Just do it, guys. Just pick yourself up from by your bootstraps. You're the problem, not the system.
Not being tough. It's choosing not to turn into an asshole when you have every right to be. Anyone can lash out. Anyone can.
Wait a minute. Okay, again, oh God, I'm sorry. I know this is painful now. This is very painful. I don't know Inverted Panda, but this is still fun to me. Now I can, yeah, he is so full of shit. So I am actually enjoying it more than I thought I would because I'm dismantling him. So, when he says don't be mean to people, that is often an excuse for not resisting authority. Okay, like in the Midwest, guys, for those people that are in the Midwestern United States, there's like this culture of being overly friendly. So like someone will say to your face, Jesus loves you. You know, he loves that, you know, he loves you. He hates the sin, but he loves the sinner, in reference to being gay or whatever. And like, but then if like, okay, oftentimes friendliness is like a, and this focus on civility, how dare you, Matt Saigai, hides reality, okay? Or hides the oppressive structures around us.
Get revenge.
Yeah.
But it takes something else entirely to absorb the hit.
Guys, I want you to get revenge. I want you to get revenge on the elite. Look what the power elite have done to you. Look what they're doing to our children. Look what they're doing with your money. Look what they're doing with our environment. You know what? Maybe a little bit of revenge would do the power elite some good. Okay? Sometimes revenge is good. Okay? Or at the very least, the feeling of wanting revenge is good. You see what I mean? So no, we're not going to be like, oh my God, revenge is always bad. Sometimes there are some people who need some revenge done to them. And you know what I call that? Justice. In Minecraft, of course. All right. Continuing.
They'll treat people with decency. The most important thing family teaches you is how to love somebody you don't necessarily like.
I know I was too close, but that was the point. I was just trying to get right into the camera so that you could see my face. That was the whole point, Mayflower Kid, was to try and be creepy. All right.
Struggles never get easier. You just get better at bearing them. This is important because people keep thinking they'll reach some level where things stop being
You're welcome, Druzilla. I'm glad you could see my nose hair. Did you all like my nose hair?
hard. They won't. You just stop being surprised by the difficulty. Most time management problems are really just fear management problems. You're not...
No. Most time management problems are time management problems. I mean, dear God, we work like 40 plus hours a week. Some of us have kids. Some of us we have shit to do. We have like no time off. We have very limited time off. We have bills to pay. We have shit to do. So most of the time, yeah, resource management. Most of the time, guys, it is that you have time management problems because there's not enough time. Okay. Okay, I just hate this. What am I doing? Why are we watching this? What's wrong with me? Yeah, and many Americans have to work multiple jobs. This is like very pro-capitalist framing. Blame yourself. Oh, sure, Inverted Panda. Guys, blame yourself for the struggles you have. Blame yourself for all the struggles you have, okay? That very much benefits a very particular group of people, all right? Yeah, there you go, Stan Durko. I have terrible pain with 13 bone spurs in my hip, neck, needing an ankle replacement, SC joint fixed. I have had 7 operations and need 4 more, but I do get depressed. But I do get depressed, but I just keep moving. Yeah, but like, that's hard, right, Stan Durko? But he's making it seem like... Okay, whatever, it's fine. Yeah. It's just like, all right.
Procrastinating because you don't know what to do. You're procrastinating because
he has an AI coaching app. Dear God, guys, the self-help industry in America is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and it's one of the things. It's one of the things I studied. Okay, when I was in school or whatever, I looked into like self-help and how it acts as a system, social control. Okay, so that's fun. All right.
Thing you need to do scares you. And watching videos like this on YouTube is an effective way of feeling like you're doing something without actually doing it. Not every problem needs a solution. Some simply need time, some need acceptance, some aren't actually problems at all. They're just discomforts that you've taught yourself to fix instead of
Yeah,
feel.
where's his breads books?
When life gives you lemons, lean back and squeeze that shit into your eyeballs.
I feel assaulted by that statement. That felt aggressive. That felt directed at me. I feel like he wants to harm me. I feel like he wants to do me harm. Look at how he's looking at us. I feel like he's threatening us a little bit there, okay? Okay, fine, Oxpecker, but like that was kind of weird. That kind of had a weird, yeah, Stan Durko, okay? Like, all right.
Then stare back at life and say, is that all you got, motherfucker? Emotional intelligence?
Okay, I literally, what the I'm not sure what that's, is he saying we should do self-harm? Like, what does that mean? Okay, I don't get it. I don't get it. That was very vague. That was cute. That was like reading a goddamn horoscope. It doesn't mean anything. Okay, whatever. That's very cringe.
Often looks and sounds like silence. It's the pause before reacting. It's choosing not to win.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I know you all hate me. Matt's like, I dare you, okay? Wizard Bread's books. Yeah, I know. You're all bored and you're upset. I don't care. You all have to suffer, okay? We're guys, this is gonna be, what is it called? The sunk cost fallacy. We've already gone through part of it. We might as well finish it, okay? You're all gonna suffer with me, all right? Leave the stream if you don't like it. I don't care. No, it's not satire in your groove. He's being serious. Like, okay, by the way, why does he have a giant lemon tree in the background? Why does he have a giant lemon tree? How did he afford all this? Okay, all right.
The argument. It's knowing that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do or say is nothing. The older I get, the more I realize there's wisdom in simply letting other people think.
Stan Durko, check this guy's hard drive, right?
They're right. A true friend will risk your anger to help your future self.
Okay, I actually agree with that one. Okay, I agree with that one. I agree with that one. If, like, a true friend will tell you when you're wrong, or will tell you when you need to hear something that you don't want to hear. Okay, I got to be honest with you. That is true. Yeah, you're right, Louise. That's not the point to that CR in your note. What do you mean, Druzilla? I literally don't get the point he's making a lot of times, okay? And I'm sorry, I know everyone's bored and in pain. Okay, I get it. I know you're all suffering through this. I know. I'm sorry, I'm a terrible streamer. I know. But, okay, it is true, though. Sometimes you need a friend to tell you bad shit.
People who only tell you what you want to hear are not your friends. They're your audience. A real friend will say an uncomfortable thing.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, I definitely don't have an audience because you all treat me like shit all the time. Especially, like, all of you are constantly criticizing me and shit. Like, when someone just says something nice to me once, like, hi, casual, you have a nice hat today. Or, like, your skin looks wonderful. Okay? Like, can someone just compliment me once in a while? Thank you, Stan Durko. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, you're not a goddamn audience. You're a bunch of critics. That's what you are. Thank you, Matt Steig. Okay. You know what? Super Creeper Bat gets a bonk. Bonk. Super Creeper Bat, you're fitting in perfectly. I hate it. Super Creeper Bat says, nah, fuck your hat. You know what? Screw you, Super Creeper Bat. Go back into your cave. Okay? Thank you, Outer Signal. Moving on. Let's continue the parasociality, or whatever the fuck the word is. And it's not parasocial if I do it to you. All right? Whatever. I don't care. We'll continue.
And then let you be pissed off about it because they care more about your future than your feelings. If your 8-year-old self met your adult self, would they be proud? Not of your job title or your bank account. Would they be proud of how you treat people? Would they think you're fun? Would they think you turned out to be the kind of person worth becoming?
Thank you, Norman.
Self-awareness without action is just another trap.
Self-awareness without action is just another trap, okay?
Naming your patterns, naming your triggers, understanding your attachment style, none of this means shit if you don't actually do something differently.
Okay, he's right. He is right. It is harder than that. Okay, no, you're right, Inverted Panda. You're okay, fair, Inverted Panda. I'm overgeneralizing. That's a fair point. But like that part there, like, he's right. That's like, if you want to change, you should change, but it's not that easy. It's not as easy as just changing or whatever, right? Because some people have limitations on what they can do. Okay. Whatever.
Insight without change is just a more sophisticated form of laziness.
Okay. Here's the L word. Okay.
It's mental.
Guys, you all are lazy. Don't you know that?
Masturbation. Healing starts when...
You know, oh my God, it's so funny that this guy is saying this is mental masturbation. What is he doing right now? All this guy is doing is fapping. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't use this language on Twitch. That's all he's doing right now is exactly what he's saying he's doing, okay? I'm actually surprised that this hasn't become an X-rated video yet. So, okay. He's just gonna... Anyway, all right.
Dysfunction stops feeling like home. For a lot of people, chaos is comfortable because it's familiar to them. And the first time they experience a healthy relationship or a calm environment, it feels boring. Your ancestors survived centuries of floods, wars, famine, slavery, and plagues for you to sit on the toilet and compare your life to people on the internet you've never met.
Okay, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Be grateful, motherfucker. You don't need more.
Okay, calm down. Calm down. He's getting a bit too... Okay, calm down. Tater Tot, you say, boss's kid just sneezed at me? Ew, what do you mean? Like, at you? Like they assaulted you?
You need less of what doesn't matter. We are drowning in options, information, commitments, and obligations, most of which we said yes to without thinking about it. The most powerful thing you can do in your life right now is not adding something. It's cutting. Talk to yourself the way you would talk.
Again, here's the problem. Maybe we should change the system that is forcing you to cut vital things out of your life. All right? I'm just saying, like, he's always saying that it's you that has to change things. Well, what if a system is oppressive and preventing you from living your full life? Okay? According to him, you should shut up, keep your mouth closed, and then not act angrily. Okay? Don't seek revenge, guys. Don't seek to change it.
Talk to your best friend. If you speak to your friends the way you speak to yourself in your head, you probably wouldn't have any friends left. Try this. The next time you catch yourself in some victim inner monologue, like you're an idiot, you always do this, you'll never figure things out, imagine saying that exact sentence to a 10-year-old version of yourself.
What?
You wouldn't. So why is it okay to say...
Okay, this is becoming way too, like, Inception-y. So wait, so we have to go back to our 10-year-old self and then say to our 10-year... I'm very confused. This one I don't get.
That to the current you. The intensity of your grief will match the intensity of your love. People who never hurt deeply likely never loved deeply either. Grief is the receipt for something that mattered to you. And if you've ever been truly wrecked by a loss, congratulations. It means you had something incredible in the first place.
And that helps me how? Yeah, exactly, Norman. Be happy. Okay, like I'm not sure what that means. How does that help me? Yeah, we know. If you lose someone you love, that is extremely painful. I don't know what he's trying to imply there. That doesn't make me feel better about it. Okay.
Freedom starts when you stop needing to be liked. As long as your decisions are filtered through, but what will they think? You're not really free.
No, freedom starts when you're free, when you're not being oppressed, when you're free to make decisions and act independently without So, okay. This is complicated. He's partially right. No, this isn't profound at all, Lacroix. It's just like...
Performing. And the performance never ends. It just gets more exhausting.
There
are
you go,
only three things that change your life. Love, discipline, and loss. One is hard.
You know another thing that could change your lives, guys? You know another thing that could change your lives? Revolution. Revolution is one of those vital things you could do. Anyway.
Hard to find, one is hard to master, and the other hurts like a motherfucker. The best moments of your life will not look like the best moments of your life while they're happening. They will look like a random Tuesday with your kid, a boring afternoon with a friend, a quiet morning where nothing is wrong.
I don't know about that.
You only realize they were the best moments in hindsight.
Oh my god! It's a hummingbird!
And by the way, this is why you should stop waiting and expecting some grand event to eventually make you happy. It won't. Maturity is developing the...
So wait a minute, just be happy? Is that what he's saying? Don't wait till something makes you happen. Just be happy. Okay.
Ability to put up with things you don't like in honor of the things that matter. By this definition...
That's fair, Druzilla. If that does help cope, like people get through loss, then that's fair. I'm just saying, like, he didn't really explain that, did he?
Adulthood is what is not fun but worthwhile, and childishness is what is fun but not worthwhile.
Okay.
Forgive yourself for not knowing...
What is... Okay, this whole thing about childishness is really annoying to me. Um, I'm not like, okay. Oftentimes it's used to judge adults who enjoy things that don't benefit the capitalist class. I know I keep going back to Marxist shit, but like, yeah, like you can't enjoy yourself. You have to be working all the time, constantly working, constantly working. You know, if you do anything fun, then suddenly, okay, well, whatever.
Earlier, what only time could teach. We tend to judge our past selves by our current knowledge, and that's just not fair to our past selves.
Mm-hmm.
Be gracious with your past failures. They are what made you who you are today.
Cute.
You can't build self-worth by trying to be like someone else. Whether in art, fashion, watches, or people,
Okay, you know what? I think we're good. Everyone good? Anyone here want to keep watching? Anyone here enjoying this particularly much? I think we get the point. It's only mine, but yeah, exactly. Outer signal. Do we think? Are we done? Are we done? I'm getting some. Let me see some feedback. Okay. No, rich man can STFU. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, what he's saying, a lot of it's true, but a lot of it's just like super. No, we're done. We're done. Okay. Yeah, exactly. He's sitting in his private Zen garden saying, "Be happy. Stop whining, you little bit." How Norman? Oh my God. Okay. Okay. So I don't mean to be an asshole, guys. I'm sick of it. I get it. Okay, I get it. That's lovely. What a great guy. And yeah, guys, I am sorry for those that have suffered loss. I know I'm being kind of an asshole. We need to find ways to cope with loss and grief. And I'm okay with, I mean, you should do whatever you need to cope with it. It is one of the most painful things a person can go through. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, exactly. His message applies to him. Let's move on. Right. I thought it would be more profound. I thought we'd be able to like talk about some adult things, but I guess not. Yeah. And you also should, like, if you guys are also, by the way, guys, if you're struggling a lot, seek professional help also. All right. Platitudes are nice. And, you know, seek to change things. Also seek to change things if you feel oppressed or whatever. But anyway, okay, well, that was a flop. My mistake. Please forgive me. I'm not perfect, okay? But regardless, just, you know, be cautious, too, about self-help stuff. A lot of it can be beautiful and stuff, but also a lot of it is sort of exploitative and hides the reality. Turn to drugs. Hilarious, Norman. All right, guys, let me see what we got here. Exactly. Look, Wall, that's a perfect way of saying it. Self-help like this is supposed to be a coping mechanism for the failures of our capitalist system without blaming the actual system, right? Okay, yeah. And but like, I don't mean to the self-help industry is a scam. Wow, because everyone no, Alyssa, I am not saying that. You're right, Alyssa. But that's the point, Alyssa, is that a lot of times people turn to self-help or like new age type stuff. I'm sorry, folks. I'm not trying to demonize you if you do new age stuff, because they can't afford other things to do. And that's an issue with our system. Okay. No, but Alyssa, I'm glad you brought it up. It's an issue with our system where people go do things like that rather than get treatment or get assistance. So there's a lot of problems. Okay. Yeah. Mussolini did use self-help books a lot. Okay. So, okay. Anyway, but just something to think about. Tony Robbins. There you go, Tony Robbins. Okay. Or like, for example, guys, do you know those old shows on TV? I'm going to put my face up. Do you know those old shows on TV where there'd be like was there anything like this in the UK? Maybe there was, where there'd be like a psychic, okay, where there was like a psychic who would like speak to the dead family members of people in the audience. And of course they weren't really, it was all a scam. And then like the people in the audience would feel very, what's the term? Would feel very, like inspired, and it would help them. Yeah. And a lot of that, you know, people grieve, and you can take advantage of people who are grieving, by doing things like the psychic stuff. You know, it might be less expensive, or you might be better to go see a therapist or a professional or whatever it may be. There's just one example, like where a lot of times human suffering is exploited because our system doesn't provide help for people who are suffering. Okay. Yeah. What's her face? There's that one lady who I cannot stand. What is her name? The psychic woman TV. That's fair, Louise. Like, it was super popular in the United States, at least. What is her name? There's Medium. That's her. She's a lunatic also. But then there's also, what's her name? Psychic. What is her name? There he is. Sylvia Brown. Oh my God, I can't stand this woman. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna show you a clip. People who explain, our system makes it easier to do this because we don't provide people what they need, so they find other outlets in order to do this. Yes, Outer Signal. You know what, just for fun, this is Sylvia Brown, who do we recognize her?
4 months after Sean disappeared, the Acres appeared on the Montel Williams show with self-proclaimed psychic Sylvia Brown.
Okay. So she is a complete con artist, and she's been revealed to be a con artist, all right? She's been revealed in tons of what's the term? Is she no longer around? Okay, I think she's passed. But she was constantly being revealed as a fraud. She would charge people like $300 an hour, or like $300 for 10 minutes, like psychic readings and stuff. And she was often very wrong. If you guys want to, let's just watch real fast. You can see some of the big mistakes she would make, but she was massively exploitative of
Brown
people.
told the distraught parents that Sean was dead and told them in great detail where to search for his body.
The guy was dark-skinned, although...
No, there aren't, Mayflower Kid. Okay, we can debate this, but no, there are no psychics that aren't con artists. Psychics are all con artists. Okay, in my opinion. Yeah, she was revealed as a fraud. But think about that. She told these parents whose child disappeared that the child was dead. Okay, he wasn't, and they found him. But that is just so cruel. And these people thrive because our society doesn't provide. Okay.
Oh, he wasn't black. He was more a Hispanic looking.
And she said the one that killed him was a Hispanic man. You can see the racial thing there, right?
Had real long, dark hair. And strange enough, Hispanic, but he had dreadlocks.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's nice.
Then Sylvia Brown confirmed their worst fears.
Is he still with us?
Thankfully, Sean Hornbeck was found last week alive and well. His alleged abductor, Michael Devlin, is not Hispanic, and he didn't have dreadlocks at the time of the abduction. But she was terribly wrong about the most important detail of all.
Hearing that was one of the hardest things we ever had to hear.
It's just evil to me.
The search for Sean was diverted, according to his parents, based on the misinformation.
But also, guys, this is kind of evil of the police. Why the fuck were the police listening to this woman? Think about it. They diverted their investigation because she told them to. This is also an indictment of the police department, that they were listening to the recommendation of a psychic. Are you insane? Okay.
Brown had given, costing the effort valuable man-hours. Sean's parents...
Yeah, so to fully blame her for the police, I think is a mistake, all right?
Craig and Pam Akers also say Brown offered to help them for money. But there are also some people she's hurt. For instance, on the Montel Williams show in 1999, Brown shared this information with the grandmother of a missing child named Opal Jo Jennings.
She's not dead, but what bothers me. Now, I've never heard of this before, but for some reason, she was taken and put into some kind of slavery thing.
I believe it, Sir Bart. That is crazy to me. That is crazy to me. And I know I'm not judging anyone individually, especially, but see, that's a sign of desperation too, where you contact like a psychic. Okay.
To Japan.
What?
4 years later, the little girl's remains were found.
Oh my God. See, in this case, she told these parents that the child was still alive and in Japan. Turned out the child wasn't alive. Like, It's so gross to me. It's so gross to me.
Near Fort Worth, Texas. An autopsy showed she was killed shortly after vanishing.
Almost 9 years ago, Amanda Berry's mom went on the Montel Williams show where resident psychic Sylvia Brown spoke of Amanda.
I don't think I'll ever see her again. Yeah, in heaven on the other side.
The WMMS morning show in Cleveland reenacted the transcript. The host read the part of the psychic.
I hate this when they're in water. She's not alive, honey.
Not alive?
Jesus.
Then who's this?
I've been kidnapped and I've been missing for 10 years and I'm here. I'm free now.
I lost my boyfriend tragically a few years ago.
And she's a multimillionaire. She got so rich off of this. And there's a lot of famous psychics who have gotten very rich off scamming people. Okay? Guys, it's all a scam. People cannot tell the future. I'm sorry. They cannot tell you. They can't. And they can trick people very easily. Okay? There are a lot of methods for doing this. If you want to find out more about how psychics can trick people, look up The Amazing Randy. He is a magician who spent a lot of his life revealing what psychics do that are that's misleading and that trick your psyche and things like that. So please look up The Amazing Randy. He's one of my heroes. He was a great debunker of these things.
I never found him. And I've had such a hard time since.
Yeah,
Every
Sir Barb.
day.
The reason why you didn't find him is because he's in water. And find him in water, it's like the girl that's missing in Aruba. You can't find somebody.
Well, it was September 11th. There was no, he was a fireman, but there was
no, see, I keep seeing him in water.
What do you, Mayflower Kid, explain that to me. What do you mean when you say there are predictive models that can guide decisions? What do you mean?
Is there any way you could have
Shiv.
drowned in water some way?
They never found a piece of him. Nothing.
From 9/11. Because he says he couldn't breathe and he was filled with water.
There you go, Oz, cold reading.
Well, if they were trying to put the fire out, Montel.
They could have, you know,
See, guys, what they do is they'll state something and then they will slowly change what they said to make it seem like they were right this entire time. Okay? It's like really gross stuff. And I know I'm kind of overdoing this, but that's not psychic. That's not being a psychic, Mayflower Kids. Just, predictive modeling is not being a psychic. Okay? That's predictive modeling.
No, they won't find him, but honey, that's okay because it doesn't matter if they find him or not. He's still over there.
Oh, God.
You had a question for Sylvia about your daughter, Michelle?
My daughter, Michelle, was 17 years old. She'll be gone 5 years, the 21st of this year. Sylvia, I don't know how she died. Please, if you can, how did she die?
She was shot.
Circumstances around her death?
She just collapsed in her room.
I don't know, but something looks like...
Sorry, Mayflower Kid.
Because it looks like a
They found nothing on the autopsy.
I don't care,
Nothing.
but it looks like something hit her in the chest.
They did an autopsy, they did drug, you know, they do whatever
Everything.
they do. It's just she was a healthy child and
She was in her.
just fell out in her
Just
room. Just
went
fell
out.
like a
Yeah.
golf club's fall or whatever.
Oh, my God. I love
just went
that.
down.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys get the idea. I know I'm kind of overemphasizing the point. I have like such a pet peeve with these folks, okay? Yeah, they're cretins that prey on people's grief. Guys, I know a lot of folks, some folks in here might even do this stuff or do like tarot cards or zodiac or like things like that. It's not real. And I know if you do it for enjoyment, you know, if you do it for fun and things like that, please just don't spend a ton of money on this stuff for your own sake. And try not to get, I don't know how to phrase it. I don't want to be too, yeah, just don't scam people. Okay. Don't scam people. Avoid being scammed. Do what you want to, for like self-enjoyment and for like, crap like that. Okay. But just be cautious. All right. Yeah, and, a bright love for clarity. Oracle is like tarot card without all the baggage. And to be clear, I think it is a useful too. That's okay. A bright love. I agree with you. Okay, like I get it if like you're using tarot for like introspection, internal introspection, and things like that. But you know, a lot of people do it in an exploitative way. Um, okay, yeah, there you go, outer signal. And so that's a good point, outer signal. Like, you can use stuff like that. It's something that I always get frustrated with, okay? Because I've had students before who fall into this crap. Um, I've known people who have fallen into this crap, and sometimes it can be ruinous. They can spend a lot of money on this stuff, thinking that they have found some truth, but it's not true, okay? It's not real. All right. So, yeah, that's fair, Alyssa. Okay. Do you want me to read your palm, Sam? Sure, Matt Saiga, you can read my palm, okay? It'll probably tell you I'm a raging homosexual. All right? Okay. All right, you guys. So, what time is it? It's 5:08. All right. Where's my... I'm going to currently offer a... Sir Bart says, guys, I'm currently offering a once-in-a-deal lifetime. Don't go to Matt Saiga for palmistry. There you go. See, Sir Bart will give you a 2-for-1 deal. I understand, Norman, and that's okay. Like, people, I don't want to sound like I'm being an asshole. Let's go back to postmodernism. We can find meaning in what we want to find meaning in, okay? But please just don't please just do not get exploited for it. Okay. You're reading for $15 only. You guys can do a tarot card reading in Discord. Fine. And you can also be banned from the Discord. I'm just kidding. Okay. Love you all very much. Love you all very much. Okay. Love you all very much. All right. So moving on. So there's that. That's cute. That's cute. I know I kind of got off track there. I'm going to put my face up. So what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to put my face up, and I believe, what time is it? Ooh, my. Okay. Where the fuck did I put my face? God damn it. There it is. Hello, guys. So how's everyone doing out there? Okay, Sam, when I have done it, that's fine, Alyssa. Hey, again, guys, I don't want to feel, yeah, I know, outer signal. I know I'm being an asshole. Please be careful. Okay. So trust a Ouija board. Right, Stan Durko. All right, you guys. When will you let me go to bed? Hey, Norman, you go to bed, Norman. Okay, Norman, I appreciate you staying up for me. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, so guys, if anyone have anything you want to talk about, any last questions, any comments in chat, let's just chat for a little bit here, and then I'm gonna go. Okay. As it is, I've been on for almost 4.5 hours. What about a Luigi board? Highly support a Luigi board. Okay, highly support a Luigi board. Yeah, there you go, Bright Love. And I don't want to take things away from people, but just be careful. Okay. You know what, a Mayflower kid, but you love that shit, a Mayflower kid. You love when I break into random fits of yelling. You know that. You know why you love that crap. Okay. Anyone have any comments, questions? By the way, Matt Saigai, I mentioned this on stream before, and you said that you had seen this show. I'm rewatching The Railwaymen, about the bow pole accident. It's such a good show. I like it a lot. Okay. Unironically, the super creeper bat. Thank you, guys. Did you hear that? Everyone, guys, learn from Super Creeper Bat, who's my new favorite member of the community. Super Creeper Bat says, this is my first stream of yours, unironically the most engaging live stream. Now, you see, how hard is that, folks? How hard is that to be nice to me? Okay? Super Creeper Bat, you have no idea how much I appreciate that, especially with all these assholes in here. Okay? I am just so nice all the time. I am the kindest person on the planet, and they all treat me like shit, Super Creep Bat, okay? You all treat me like garbage. Anyway, thank you, Super Creeper Bat. I'll take a drink. I used to like the main protagonist until he acted in a Oh, really, Matt Saigai? God damn it, everything gets ruined. LaCroix, thank you. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. So does Super Creeper Bat. Boop. Tater Tot, is that a laugh, like a good laugh or a bad laugh? I'm just trying to figure out whether to give you a boop or a bonk. Okay. How dare you, Oz? Okay. Mayflower Kid, you're so disobedient. We can't have nice things. Correct, Louise. Yeah, that's for sure, Outer Signal. You know what? Sir Bart, Okay, I'm sorry. I'm like a child, but Sir Bart, you get a bonk. Bonk! Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you. You get a boop. Boop. Thank you for, it says you're a bully. I accept that, Alyssa. Okay, guys. You know what? You know what? I think we're good to go. The engaging feelings becomes less with more viewer. That's for sure, Shiv. That is true, but we need more viewers anyway, right? Okay, and then we'll try to keep the viewership levels. We'll try to keep the engagement high even when we get more. All right? But how dare you, Shiv, try to ruin the moment. Okay, you get a bonk, Shiv. Bonk. Okay, do propaganda for me, Shiv. All right, you guys. So, anything else you guys would like to talk about? Bye-bye, Stan Durko. You get a boop, Stan Durko. Boop. Any other thing you like? Want to do this long-term? Thank you, Matt Saga. Yes, if you want me to do this long-term, donate, all right? Okay. My short was awesome. You know what, Drusilla? No one wants to see your short, okay? I'm just kidding, Drusilla. Forgive me. We'll maybe watch it next time. My health is pretty good, Outer Signal. Thank you for asking. I'm doing pretty well. Trying to survive out here, okay? I'm trying to survive out here. I'm pretty good. Okay, good, Norman. You should. Casual Revolt, TikTok. So, Crawl, you know what? What is it? Well, Crawl, we'll wait till next time because there's other people that I didn't watch. But thank you, Crawl. Can you put it, Crawl, in our reactions channel on our Discord? All right, guys. I think you all know what I'm about to say, right? I think you all know what I'm about to say. Okay. Oh. Alyssa says, I bought a trampoline and it's getting delivered today. Oh, that's fun, Alyssa. That's fun. I love that. Okay. That sounds lovely. Thank you, Outer Signal. Okay. And Oz says, when are you coming to Buffalo to get tattooed? Oh my God, I hope soon. That'd be lovely. I would love to go to Buffalo to get tattooed. I really want a guillotine tattoo. Okay. Mike, Norman, I swear to God. Okay, Outer Signal, thank you very much for stopping by. Guys, please go check out Outer Signal's channel. Outer Signal has a channel on YouTube. Greatly appreciate Outer Signal. All right, everyone. First of all, Mayflower Kid, you need to be better. Okay, Mayflower Kid, you need to improve yourself. Okay, this is your warning. This is like your sit down with the manager to talk about your need. You need an improvement plan, Mayflower Kid. Okay, let's work on it. Let's work on our public behavior. Okay, let's work at being respectful. Okay, all right, good. Now, first of all, guys, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Okay, free Palestine. Free Iran, free Ukraine, free Sudan, free everywhere, everyone, all the time. Free Palestine, free humanity. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist, Viva Cuba, okay? The easiest way to resist is to not blindly listen to authority figures. That includes the new Watch Me, guys. Why do I act like a goddamn lunatic on stream? Because I don't want you to think I'm a cult leader, even though I am. No, I'm kidding. I don't want you to blindly listen to me, okay? I'm a lunatic wearing a jester outfit on the other side of a screen, okay? See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, okay? Because the easiest way to resist is to not blindly listen to people on the internet, and that includes me. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, so they turn to more radical ends of the political spectrum in order to seek change. We need major reforms and revolutionary change in this country. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Inverted Panda! Inverted Panda says you act like a lunatic, and so does Trump. Inverted Panda, I cannot explain to you the size of this boop. This is the biggest boop ever. Boop! Shame on you, Inverted Panda. Okay. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners, and it has been passed down in my family for many years. I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors have made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today. Some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please. Do not let their sacrifice go to waste, and always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, for those that are over on Twitch, I'm going to send you, we're going to raid someone. You get a boop, Drusilla. Boop. I'm going to raid someone over on Twitch, though they never fucking raid me. Excuse me. I'm not going to take out my personal grievances on all of you. All right? Let's find someone to raid on Twitch, and then no one will raid me, and it'll just be another fucking day in this universe. All right, let's see here. All right, let's take a look here. Can I raid Sudan? No, Norman. Okay, let's see here. Let's see what we got here. Who could I raid? Mercado Media. Right. Anyone have any suggestions for who we can raid? Anyone have any? Gust X? Oh, you're right. Oh, you know what? We raided him recently. Let's do Mercado Media.
And of course, CPEC Hungary, as we usually say.
Well, if it was a global movement, it sure
Okay,
is.
we'll do this guy.
Is the global.
Forgive me. Okay, so we'll do him because I just raided Gus recently. So I'll raid Mercado Media this time. Copy. All right. All right. So, all right. Another day in paradise. Correct. Okay. So here we go. Salty said he was going. Who's Salty, Drizella? Who's Salty? Would you tell me? Is that someone I've raided before? Okay, there you go, Laqual. Let's go raid the English monasteries. All right, here we go. Drizella, I know Drizella will. It's in Druzilla's blood. Okay, that sounded racial. Okay, anyway. Raid Mercado Media. All right. All right, let's see here. Oh, wait. Oh, God, I put it in the wrong. 1 second. I'm old. Wait. Wait, that's that guy. Don't throw tomatoes at me. How dare you? All right, raid Mercado Media. There we go. All right, for those that are over on Twitch, it didn't work. Why didn't it work? Why didn't it work over on Twitch? Did something happen? Why didn't it work for me? Mercado Media, let's try it again. Raid. Did I do it wrong? There we go. I'm a fool. I'm a fool. We'll try this again. Paste. Raid Mercado Media. Shh. No one laugh at me. All right. There we go. Okay, guys, please get ready to raid if you want to raid. Everyone ready? Yay, a pizza that giant. Welcome to the club. So many. I got it, Super Creeper Bat. I just messed it up. Here we go. Okay, 14 viewers. Everyone ready? Have fun, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Don't forget, tomorrow I'm streaming again around the same time. Between 12 and 1 is when I'll start. I love you all very much. Please join our Discord. Bye-bye. All right, guys, for those that are still in here, God help you all. God bless you. Thank you for staying with me until the end. I love you all very much. I will see you tomorrow. Join our Discord.